Prologue, Volume 4. The Arclight Empire. A large country located in the center of the Ixian continent. Feared by many, both allies and enemies. An economic power and of great military power. In that country, there are 7 duchies. In one of these duchies is where there is a unique place in the world. Granville Duchy. Northern Zone, White District. A man was getting out of bed in an inappropriate manner. Bottles of expensive liquor were falling from the bed. The bed was of a very large size, a very exaggerated one in fact. Beautiful young women were there. The man was a very corpulent adult. His stomach was larger than a pregnant woman's, perhaps a bear's belly it seemed. His body hair was so robust that it covered almost his entire body. Ah! As he tried to get off the bed, he fell onto a woman's chest. Her face moved in a very repulsive manner. He left the woman alone and finally stood up. Because of his large belly, he walked in a very comical manner. After putting on her robe, she called for a servant. The man had a vulgar expression, some of his teeth were missing, others were golden. He had a bad odor as he did not bathe much. His hair was black and disheveled as was his beard which covered most of his face. He had small eyes and his irises were green. The man yawned and when the servant came in. "Do you want something, Duke Sama?" This fellow Casimir von Granville, he was one of the Grand Dukes who dominated the borders of this country. I'm hungry, hey, tell the cooks I want 15 steaks, 30 hamburgers and plenty of booze. Understood. By the way, you got a letter this morning. Casimiro received the letter with the hand that was scratching his crotch a few moments ago. It itches a lot. Oh, this is big. The letter had contents that only the lord of these lands should read. Casimiro turned around to change. A great celebration is coming. Tell the cooks to rest for now as I have to go somewhere to corroborate the information. The servant was glad that the cooks who spent 24 hours a day in the kitchen had a rest, but he was puzzled by what his master said. "May I know where you are going, my lord?" "To the tower." The servant shuddered, not at the sight of Casimir's naked body, but at what he said. The northern part of the Granville Duchy was a beautiful place. The buildings were white. Wealthy people walked along the beautiful painted streets. Fine stores selling clothes, accessories, and other items were in sight. It was a great shopping district in other words. As I said, I won the competition yesterday. Congratulations! Who did you compete against? This time it was against a beastkin of the tiger race. I had to use a lot of strength because, due to his body, knocking him down was very difficult. A young couple was having tea in a fancy restaurant. The tables were made of glass, but their chairs were not normal. They were people. Beastkin to be true. Muscular men and women of strong races were their seats. In the streets, children were walking their pets. They were children or women of small and docile breeds. They walked on 4 legs in the streets. If a child told them to bark, they barked. If you told them to turn around, they would turn around. If they were told to die, they did it. Because if they didn't listen. Why don't you listen to me? They were beaten up. A girl with rabbit ears was being beaten with a cane. It was because her owner ordered her to lick the soles of her shoes which got muddy. Elsewhere in that district. Which one should I choose? An elderly man was with his son. They were in front of a slave store. The merchandise was new. Beautiful women dressed in a bikini to hide and show what was needed. One of them was a girl entering puberty. The door was always open, due to the fact that she belonged to a race similar to gazelles. She ran. The owner and the customers saw that, but did not move. "Dad, that idiot escaped." "I know, son, we can watch some entertainment." The girl with tears was running for her life. Her speed was that of a motorcycle. She arrived in a few minutes at the district boundary. A large decorated wall stood at the boundaries. A huge gate with smoking guards were there. The girl used the strength of her legs to make a big leap to the other end. She made it. Once her legs touched the ground. Where do you think you're going? A mysterious voice she heard behind her. She couldn't see who it was, as she was kicked hard. She spun around a few times and crashed into some boxes. Her face was disfigured. It was only a light kick, as if you were stretching your legs. Blood was gushing everywhere and her teeth were scattered all over the place. Tears were streaming down her cheeks and, under that intense sunlight, she noticed a man dressed entirely in black. It was a guard. Today there are 4 idiots trying the same thing. I wonder if they will do it on purpose to let them escape. I don't think so. Another man arrived. Humans are idiots, but wasting food is absurd. You forget that only pigs live there. Instead, in the grey area, West District, things like this happen and we have complained. Sale items are not toys. Is that so? In the red zone, East District, it's different. I don't want to know what they do there. The guard grabbed the girl and dragged her down the street. She begged for an end to her torment. In the streets they could hear various shoppers. Half price. Bring your poison swords at half price. Strong poison was used, so killing your targets will be very easy. We offer discounts for a limited time. All the drugs you want, whether to sleep, to hypnotize, or to make someone fall in love, all at a discount. Slaves. Strong men. Beautiful girls. Want to buy a slave? An ordinary shopping district for ordinary people, it seemed. Buyers from different areas of the empire were coming. Unlike the White District where only prestigious nobles can enter. The Grey Zone is a place where anyone can enter as the entrance is free. No one can commit any crime as guards are everywhere. In that same district, there is a place called the Underworld. It is an underground fighting center. Anyone can enter. But not anyone can win. The size is that of a soccer stadium. The top is open to let light in, but usually only at night do events occur. A man was eating fried chicken looking at the bulletin board. There will be no events today. He was the champion. The highest authority of this place. West District, Red Zone. A place that glows at night. The air emanated expensive perfumes for the girls to smell great and captivate the guests. Every street was lined with brothels. Big and small. From modest to extremely expensive. Chief among these places was one known as the Palace of Pleasure. It was about the same size as a skyscraper. The entrance was gilded, the lobby was lined with beautiful women welcoming customers. One of them was a well-dressed man with a big belly, his mustache and hair were combed to the side. It was Viscount Clover who approached a manager. The item is still available. The girls in this place had 2 purposes. To please a customer for a night. Or to be sold to one. Many chose willingly to come, others were not so lucky. This place gathered the most beautiful women and sold them as if they were simple commodities. Yes. No one has bought her as her value is very expensive. Perfect. The Viscount shouted with joy. The price is still the same. I know. In 2 days the payment for my services in the palace will arrive to my account. I understand. Please enjoy yourself until the place is ready. Thank you. At the highest part of the palace that looked like a tower, a girl was chained up. She was looking at the bright sky while singing a sad song. The song was from her homeland. A man came to the door. She gave a panicked look at first, but then relaxed. It was the manager from before. He smiled at her and said, "Finally there is a customer who came to buy from you. All these years we've been taking care of you to grow you well has finally paid off." The girl kept singing her song while looking at the sky. "Don't worry, you have 2 days left to continue enjoying this place. I'll be honest with you, it's very sad to lose you since your songs are good, although your sad melody discourages us sometimes. We will give you the best dinner in these 2 days you have left with us." When the man closed the door, darkness was once again illuminating the room. A tear rolled down his cheek. Even if night falls soon, it will not protect us from the demon that watches from the heavens. Her eyes focused on the center of this place. A great black tower that seemed to want to hide the sun was the target of his shining eyes. Sleep, sleep, sleep now. Or else the red demon will eat you. There, the true ruler of this place rested. This place known monumentally as. I would like a knight to protect me from that red demon. May we all be freed by that hero we want. The Lawless City. Chapter 34 Red Moon. It is now the middle of May. Very soon the second semester vacation of the academy will begin. I, Razel Bartlett, am an ordinary young man like everyone else. My hair and eyes are black, not to mention that I am very ugly. Why was I born ugly? But there is a difference between me and everyone else. And that is, I'm a background character. I don't like to stand out. Standing out is bad for me because I have an alter ego. That alter ego exists to protect my identity. The reason I have one is because deep down, it's very cool. In my previous life. Right, I forgot to say it. I'm a reincarnated person. An ordinary Japanese former student. My life like the other Japanese was monotonous. That's why we had vicious hobbies so that we avoid something very bad we avoid thanks to entertainment. Anyway, there was a manga about a billionaire who was a playboy by day and a crime fighter by night. Deep down I'm something like that. But it's more because this world I've ended up in. It's really an Otome game. A grotesque and absurd world that only girls should play. But because of the developer, they introduced a RPG adventure style making it interesting for men. That's why something as absurd as an Otome-themed RPG game was very popular. Fortunately for me, romantic themes in the game were few. That's because the developer was putting all those elements into another game. That game was the reason to make it RPG. A strange game of floating islands and mechas. Where just like this world, the power of love was needed. Thanks to the events of this year, nothing was accurate. I was scared at first, but I don't care much anymore. Part of that is because I just have to nip in the bud all future problems I know about. Like this one. Right now I was looking up at the sky. Even though it was daytime, the moon was visible. In this world as in my previous world. The planet revolved around the sun. Normally the moon does not move from its position, that's why we can see it at night when we turn around. But in this world it is not like that, the moon rotates with the planet itself. I don't know if there are more continents in this world. But only this side can observe the moon during the day as well as at night. My fear is from what I see. The moon is red. What the hell does that mean? That's what anyone would ask. Well, let me tell you, it's true. What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? No, it isn't. One of the most dangerous events ever mentioned in the game is happening right now. The resurrection of the Vampire Queen. She was the bearer of one of the 7 deadly sins. The sin of sloth. I managed to eliminate some users. Well, I only killed one, the others are my allies. That only leaves 3 sins, one of them is something that is happening right now. And the other 2 belong to the same individual. The demonic knight of Ideal Empire. My current situation is very frightening. In the game itself this event was never discussed. It happened off camera to make a plot twist to surprise everyone. In the game it's fine, but now that I live in that world, it's the worst. Damn those script writers and developers for creating something so absurd. Okay, for the next topic to come on the exam. Let's talk about the sky phenomenon that happens once every 500 years. I was in history class. By chance the professor was teaching us about the upcoming topics and it seems that this will be one of them. In case you don't know. The red moon is a strange magical phenomenon that occurs every 500 years due to the concentration of mana in the air. The magical element condenses to such an extent that it changes from its usual white color to red. Our researchers are still investigating why it is red. This phenomenon is wonderful because if they use magic power, even if it is small, they will have a large amount emanating from their bodies. It may sound very interesting, but it is the same as taking pills for depression in a pregnant woman. It lasts 3 days. So I leave it to you to make groups and do research to figure out what you think that red color might mean. The bell that signaled that class was over rang. Well, today is the first day. The red moon gains more intensity as time goes by. I'm sure many of you will be amazed to see the red sky. That's what the records say. The professor left the room. It was recess time. My friends Derek and Cliff approached me to ask what we were having for lunch today, but I replied, "Sorry, I have something to do." And I went straight out the door to go get a ticket. One person was watching Razel when he left. That person followed him. Headmaster Carmen's office. There, at a big desk filling out some documents was the current headmaster of the academy. An old, gray-haired man. Someone knocked on his door. He knew who it was since he sent for them. The door opened and 3 people came in. They were all teachers. Starting with the middle one. A tall, well-muscled, dark-skinned man stood with his arms crossed. He was dressed in a PE uniform with his sweatshirt wrapped around his waist. He wore sunglasses and his hair was pulled back in dreadlocks. It was Johnny Morlett, the Academy's fencing and martial arts teacher. To his left was a tall, thin man with very pale skin. He looked sick, but he was not. His black hair was wavy and covered his right eye. His left eye was visible and his iris was yellow. He was the Academy's professor of etiquette and manners, Clement von Werner. And last of all was a teacher who had been here almost half his life. Not even the headmaster had the same number of years working here despite being colleagues. His short hair was neatly combed and grey, either naturally or because of his grey hair. His mustache was neatly combed and pointed, covering his entire upper lip. His eyes were as blue as the sky. He was the professor of magical theory, Manfred von Sieben. They were all ordinary teachers, but what exactly were they doing here? That was the question the assistant headmistress wondered as she let them in. The first to speak was Manfred. "Good morning, headmaster. May we know why you summoned us here?" The headmaster showed some papers. Each one had his name on it. "The Imperial Palace is moving. I don't know what's going on, but they sent me a letter to move the only fighters we have." Now John spoke. "I understand that, but is it really necessary to call us?" "Yes. The Prime Minister wrote those letters personally to all of you." They all swallowed their breath. Manfred looked at the letter with a blank expression. "I thought the palace didn't care anymore." "Manfred. I understand what you must be feeling, but it seems that something big is going on in the Granville Duchy." Clement replied intrigued. "The Duchy Granville? You mean the Lawless City?" "The same." Sweat beaded on their foreheads. "The palace received a report from a spy. Large numbers of individuals have been coming in and out for weeks. Something big must be going on in the underworld. Therefore, a large number of knights and adventurers will be sent. I'm counting on you." John without thinking said, "I accept." While Clement answered a little late. "This is for the well-being of Werner's household." While Manfred was slow to respond. "I accept, but I hope it will be the last time." "Will that man go too?" "I'm afraid not. He is retired. He is now fervently devoted to his work." "You may go. Your tickets for the train will be available in the evening when the other gentlemen and adventurers arrive." The 3 of them left the room, but Manfred's face seemed to have a hint of displeasure on it. The conductor saw him and could only say, "Sorry old friend, but you are bound to the palace despite the fact that they spat you out and fired you." I ran straight to the train station, the center of the capital. The streets, just like in my previous life, were crowded with people. I arrived at the station. It was identical to a normal station in Japan. The difference was that the girl at the reception to buy the tickets was a semi-human. A tanned beauty with dog ears. I asked her for a round-trip ticket straight to the Granville Duchy. But what do you mean the tickets were sold out? She ducked her ears in sorrow. I'm sorry, but a palace official asked us to reserve all of this week's tickets for an event. The tickets were made of rare-to-find material. That's why we imported them and they were expensive. I had just enough in my purse for one ticket. To go to the Granville Duchy, which is on the northeastern border of the empire. It would take 4 days of running. I can use my god of lightning speed to do it. But that would take me a long time. Going by flying boat is much more expensive. Rosenberg household doesn't have one yet, at the same time no one must find out what I'm doing. That's why the train is the best option. Interestingly, the train and flying boat journey takes the same amount of time, 2 days. If I leave today, I will arrive at noon. Right on the 3rd day. If I had known the exact date, I would have prepared earlier. Eliminating the vampire queen is a very important thing to ensure the peace of this world and its future. But, this girl just eliminated that destiny. You really can't sell me out. I'm sorry. Not even one to spare. Sorry. The dog-eared girl looked sad for not selling me a ticket. She was a good worker, no doubt. I walked out of there very sad. What should I do? Steal the ticket from one of them? But what does the palace want it for? I doubt they know what's going on. So it must be something else. My situation was really bad. I need a miracle to avoid attacking a guy and stealing his ticket. Razel, what are you doing here? Someone was calling me. I turned around to find out who it was. I was surprised to see an attractive guy, taller than me. Unruly navy blue hair and dark blue eyes. It was Cid Sidford von Bryce, one of the pay capture targets. In the game he was an unfriendly boy like his face, who was a self-conscious envier, that being the reason why he was the bearer of the sin of envy. But that didn't happen as I avoided him and we became good friends. I asked him. What are you doing here instead? Don't avoid the question. No, really. Please tell me. Were you stalking me? I'm going to hit you. A blue streak marked itself on his forehead. Then he sent his gaze to the train station. What do you want a ticket for? My eyes immediately darted elsewhere. I couldn't tell him that. I'm going to kill a vampire to save the world. Absolutely no one would believe me. But there is something I can use to my advantage. Why, you see, that guy. Yeah. That guy asked me to go buy him something at a certain. Sid's eyes widened as he knew who I meant. Right, that guy. He's definitely something to be afraid of. Several weeks ago, the Demon King Desmond, one of the 4 Demon Kings, came to live at Rosenberg Manor. I don't know how it all ended up that way. But he hasn't killed anyone and he just eats a lot. I see. We mustn't make him angry. Cid understood that this guy was dangerous. That's why he didn't call the palace to come and eliminate him. It was partly because I asked him to. It would be bad if the wildest Demon King started his attack when the heroine and the capture targets are not together. Cid ran to the receptionist and somehow got 2 tickets. Hey? I only need 1, why 2? Did he make a mistake? When he came back, I asked him and he said. I'll come with you obviously. I didn't show an expression on my ugly face, but I was screaming inside. You what? Why would you do that? Are you an idiot? If there are 2 of us, getting it for that guy should be easier. Besides, it was easy thanks to my influence. Cid went from being the 4th prince to the 3rd. This was a historic achievement. I told him several things to keep him from accompanying me, but he always responded. I will go. Stop making excuses. I couldn't refuse any more. So we ran straight to the academy to pack our bags. By the way, why do you do so much for my Cid? Once we arrived at the academy, we went straight to class so we wouldn't get in trouble. After a few hours, the study day was over. I was heading to my room to put my stuff away. Sid went to his. At the door of my dorm, 2 girls were waiting for me. The one on the left was a girl with light blonde hair pulled back in 2 small pigtails from her neck and down her back. Her eyes were a bright aquamarine. She was Lily, the protagonist of this Otome game and also one of my girlfriends. To her right was another girl just as beautiful as Lily. Her arms were interlocked, showing her anger. Her hair was a light blonde that reached her back, some of her hair covered her forehead. Her eyes were an exquisite cherry color like her full lips. She was the villain of this game, Elise von Rosenberg, my fiancée. Last semester many things happened. Among them our engagement. Now they were both my girlfriends. Eli looked at me very angrily. Razel, where have you been? We were looking for you all through lunch to have lunch together. We asked your friends and they said you were gone. Where did you go? That's right, Razel Kun. We've been worried sick about you. What wonderful girls. Worried about an ugly guy like me. I'm sorry, but something came up and I have to leave right away. Hearing that, Eli's expression changed. Did something happen with my in-laws? Or is it something important to you? I should tell them, but nothing happened to my parents. It's actually an errand from that guy. When I said that guy, they immediately changed their expression to a relaxed one. Oh, I see, that's Desmond Sand's business, isn't it? Lily said with a smile. That day, they met the Demon King. I was afraid that something would happen. But just like an employee of a Japanese company, he greeted them cordially and retired to eat. If you're the Demon King, act like one. No, wait. Don't act like one. Act like a tame dog, please. I told them he was my martial arts mentor who came from abroad. Give him anything he asks for. I was sweating and babbling that day, but they believed me. The Duchess Barbara von Rosenberg, Eli's mother. She greeted him like an important guest and he was given his own room. Something that struck me as odd, is that despite having horns, no one is weirded out. I don't think they mistake him for an ox-like semi-human, so they think he's one. Anyway, the girls understand the situation. I understand. How long will it take you? If I leave tonight, I'll arrive in 2 days, at noon at the Granville Duchy. Eli showed a face of astonishment when she heard that, while Lily didn't understand. Eli whispered something in her ear and then Lily lectured me. RRR Razel Kun is a bad boy. Tell us exactly what you'll look for in such a thing. It was adorable how she whined. It's something important to him. I can't tell you. Once I get it, I'll be back on the next train back. That is, next week. Today is Thursday, Saturday night will be the day when a tragedy will occur. I must stop it as soon as possible. Eli looked at the floor sadly. Is it something dangerous again? I can't say. I know. It looked like Eli didn't want me to go because she was afraid something would happen to me. But she lifted her face and showed me her cheerful face. There are things only a man should do, aren't there? She put her fist on my chest. As the next Duke of Rosenberg household, it is your duty to return. Eli-chan, but... Lily seemed to want to stop me, but Eli hugged her and took her chin. The way they were doing it was very innocent, though obscene to me. It gave the impression that Eli wanted to devour Lily. I won't complain if that happens. But, I'd like to see it. Lily-chan, this is something Razel must do. You're going with Prince Cid, right? Right. See? It'll be fine if he's with him. In these cases, the woman must have faith in her man that he will return safely. Worrying is bad for your health. The way Lily averted her face only further increased my desire to see something that only in erotic books would happen. In fact, before I died I ordered one that dealt with Eli sodomizing Lily in a frenzy of unmentionables. Once Lily calmed down, she ran to hug me, then Eli. Promise us you'll come back safely, will you? Lily was more distressed than Eli, she seemed to want to support Lily as her grip was so strong. Eli, it hurts, you'll break my ribs. I will. After all, I won't let my girls worry about me. Their faces looked at me with a lovely glow. Gosh, what did I do to deserve such wonderful girlfriends? The night came. The train station was a spacious place. Many people were gathered here. Some in armor and some in adventurers' clothes. The knights who were here must have been from small houses as their family coats of arms were unknown to me. Cid and I were handing over our tickets to be given a bracelet. That bracelet indicated that we paid our ticket. Its color was light blue and its glow will fade once we return. I don't quite understand this, but it seems that it is to avoid counterfeits or intruders. We were in line to board our car. Slowly people were entering while my eyes were focused on the sky. 2 nights from now, a calamity will happen if I don't stop it. Chapter 35 Welcome to the Lawless City. The same day before Razel and Cid left, the headmaster finished talking to some teachers. After a while they left, new footsteps were heard and the door was opened. 2 men walked in. No, the correct thing would be to say young adults. Students to be precise. But they were not normal students. They were targets for capture. The one on the right was taller than his companion. He was a muscular boy with tanned skin, rebellious and wild appearance, black slicked back hair with golden sides on the sides and light brown eyes. He was the son of a count, Belange von Fraser was his name. The one standing next to him was a boy much shorter than Belange. His body was toned, though slender, his hair was ashen grey and reached to his shoulders, with a braid behind his head. His eyes were a cold blue-green and as expressionless as his handsome face. He was the heir of a margrave, Lambert von Atli, a future sword saint. Months ago, they, along with Prince Regulus von Brise, humiliated Eli and fought a duel against a nobody. They ended up losing and punished by his family. That prince was demoted to the 4th prince and lost power as political influence. Lambert asked the headmaster. Good morning headmaster, what do you need us for? It's good to see you too. I'll be quick since you have to get back to class. The headmaster pulled out 2 letters. Please open them. They both reached over and took the letters with their names on them. Lambert's cold, expressionless eyes twitched slightly while Belange cried out in excitement. Headmaster, is this true? Yes. The imperial palace wrote to their families. Belange's father was an official in the palace, his territory was entrusted to him by his wife. While Lambert's father was a margrave who looked after his side of the border. He had a position as a minister, but did not even go to the meetings. Because of Eli's event, Belange's father knew about this and asked the Prime Minister to send his son to regain his lost honor. Instead Lambert's father, Margrave Bernard, used his influence as minister to send his son without consulting him. He cared more about the welfare and pride of his family than the safety of his son. Lambert did not hate him, he respected him for it. That's why this seemed right to him. I understand, but we don't have tickets to go. How do we do it then? You're not going by train, you're going with a certain person. There were circumstances and they will be your bodyguards since you will be escorts. Whose escorts? Belange asked intrigued. A sword saint will accompany you. The palace will send him at once as soon as he arrives in the night. No rest, That person needs no rest. He regards it as a weakness. Lambert nodded at that. Well young people, I'll talk to your teachers so you won't have any problems. You are dismissed. Thank you. When they both left, the headmaster sighed. Sending children to do the work of adults, this country is going from bad to worse. Especially for the margrave. Despite saying it's for the good of his house, he seems to care more about his lost pride than the welfare of his son. At this rate, that child was squirming even more than he already is. The headmaster knew Lambert was a boy with a twisted personality. But there was nothing he could do. Only pray that he would change. The night came, Lambert and Bellange arrived at the port. A large ship was waiting for them. Apparently air traffic was stopped for the time being. The palace itself was responsible for it. It only allowed this ship to go and return instantly. Lambert watched in the distance, as a small ship approached them. On that ship was a person much more important than them. They will arrive today, won't they? It was Friday morning. 2 days had passed since Razel and Cid left. Eli and Lily were walking down the corridor after finishing their breakfast. Classes had not yet started since the school campus will be used at night to observe the red moon. Therefore, classes will be short and at a later time. They were happy since they could have fun even while they were there. Their hands were clasped together. They looked like two little girls playing happily. Suddenly, Eli's smile was erased by a person. That person was a very handsome boy she hadn't seen for months. In fact, they weren't even in the same classroom. His hair was golden blonde and emerald green eyes. Every feature of his face was very beautiful. This boy was Regulus, the main target of capture. He was walking calmly around. His face made a bad expression when he encountered two girls who according to the plot should not be together. He was about to turn around when Eli called out to him. "Prince Regulus, I'd like a few minutes of your time if it's no bother." Eli sounded polite. Lily watched her with an expression she didn't know what to make of. Regulus wanted to run away, but Eli called him back. "Please, it won't take him long. Besides, it's something you need to hear." With those words, Regulus turned away with a grim face. Eli smiled at Lily and led the prince to a place where no one would hear them. "What is it that you want, Elise?" Regulus asked in a displeased tone. Eli stared at him and took a breath. Then, she bowed her head in thanks. Regulus didn't understand that at all. "I want to thank you for what you did. Honestly, I hated you for what you did. You made fun of not only me. You mocked my situation and my mother. Such shame is something that only the torture and murder of your kin could wash away." Regulus was startled to hear Eli's true feelings. But then she calmed him down. "But, something happened. When no one was there to help me. Some people came, his half-brother and..." Eli lifted her face and showed a charming smile. "A girl I never imagined would become so important to me. Someone I can not only call as my best friend, she also became my cute little sister. And finally, the man who wiped the darkness from my heart. The one who is not only the man I love, my childhood friend. He is also the one who will be my husband and future duke of an indebted territory which he paid with fair money. I got all this because of what you did. For that, I thank you for having freed me from that burden." Eli thanked Regulus from the bottom of her heart. At first, when she was down, a shadow was reflected in her eyes. But that shadow disappeared when Razel released her from her pain. Now she only showed light those same pained eyes. "I hope she can regain what she has lost. I wish it from the bottom of my heart. Also, if you want we can chat like civilized people, we can even be friends. That's all I was going to say, if you'll excuse me. Have a nice day, Prince Regulus." Regulus watched Eli walk away and head straight for Lily. The two interlocked arms and he listened to their conversation. "Did something happen?" "No, I just cleared up what I had in store. Let's go find a good place for tonight and book it." Before Regulus's eyes, two good friends were walking happily. But for him, don't fuck with me. It was the opposite. What the hell is going on here? The reason for Regulus's discomfort was not only because of what happened but for another reason. This is not how it was supposed to be in the game. It was because he was reincarnated as Razel. Thanks to that weird background character, I lost everything. I'm no longer the third prince nor do I have any influence. He bit his nails. If it weren't for my mother, I'd be in depression right now. To top it all off, it's thanks to her avoiding meetings between Lily and the others that romantic events are now non-existent. Deep down, I was scared. It was a fear similar to when Razel woke up in this world. Lily is important to me when she is declared the saint and I turn the White Knight. The others are important too. But thanks to that guy, it's all gone wrong. Relatively wrong. An event is happening right now that wasn't in the game. Regulus looked at the red moon that was very visible during the day. Hopefully Lambert and Belange can take care of her before she wakes up. It will be very bad if the Demon King finds her before then. It was midday. We arrived at the station of the Granville Duchy, also known as the Lawless City. The entire territory was sealed in a circular wall. There were parts that were not, as they were residences for people attached to the Granville family. A huge entrance guarded by men wearing black clothes that covered their faces and eyes were inspecting us. "What brings you to the duchy?" A guy acting as a civil servant was asking us separate questions. Like the others, he was covered in black. Only very few were without black clothes. Fun. I would like to buy things you can't buy in the capital. I was telling the guy who was signing a document with my ID. Deposit some of your blood here. He handed me a needle and a small glass cup. I pricked my finger. It hurt momentarily, and then I let the drops of blood fall. Once the little glass was full, he put a label with my name on it, and then another man dressed in black placed it on a metal tray with others. "Ready? You can come and go as you please." Thank you. I was a little shocked because that was weird. But it wasn't that it scared me, since I knew the identity of these guys. They were vampires. A very cliché element in Japanese teenage games. But here they were a little different than usual. Vampires can't withstand sunlight. Only progenitors can withstand it. That was what the game said. The difference with normal vampires is that these vampires use blood magic. A very rare type of magic that only vampires can use. It is something like Cid, who possesses alchemical water magic. Blood magic in the game allowed the vampire queen to create multiple things and attacks that were very difficult to dodge. If you had 1000 HP, she would lower that entire life bar. If you had 1000 MP, she drained that by sucking your blood. If your ATK was 2000, hers was 4000 thanks to her buffs she used. She was really a tough enemy to kill. But Lily's magic was very effective against them. That's why in the game, the vampire queen targeted her every time. Going back to where I was, I ran into Cid. He told me that all that was weird and we could go inside now. We walked along with the knights and others to a large door. It opened. And a sign we spotted in the distance. South Zone, Colorless District. It reminded me of the poor countries in my previous life that I saw on the news. Poverty and starvation, like destroyed or dust-covered houses, was evident. A fence with guards on the sides divided between our route and the people who looked at us with their lifeless eyes. Children and women in torn rags. Their bones were marked on their bodies. Some played with joy despite clearly hearing the sounds of hunger. Others simply lay on the ground to die like dogs. Suddenly, Cid stopped. I looked at him and asked, "What's the matter?" He was looking in one direction. It was a totally destroyed house. His gaze returned to the front and he said, "Nothing is wrong." I was behind him. But Sid's unfriendly look seemed to indicate that he disliked being here. "Why did you accompany me then?" "We came to two doors. One said it led to the Red District and the other to the Black District. I asked him which one we should go to. But thanks to a conversation from some guys, we knew which one not to go to." "Hey, did you know that the nine-tailed beauty will be sold today?" "Really? Ah, what a hassle. I wanted to see her, just once. It's a pity there are no women like her. My wife annoys me a lot. I wish I had a mistress like that beauty." "Is it true what they say? That her beauty is so dazzling that it takes your breath away?" You should see for yourself. Every penny you have you'll save just for her. Too bad it costs about 1 billion crystallia to buy her. Haha, the owner is a scoundrel. That price is impossible to pay even for a duke. You'd have to sell very expensive items for years. Or steal a lot of taxes from the palace. The red light district is definitely a place that makes you happy when you enter, and sorry when you leave. Thanks to that, I know where not to enter. I was curious about it, though. A dazzling beauty? Does she have huge breasts? I'd like to see her. But I already have several large-breasted girlfriends waiting for me at home. I must not be greedy. We entered the tunnel. It was dark. After a while of walking, we came out. In front of me was a large shopping area. But the products were terrible. People. Weird animals. Beastkin. Weapons. Drugs. Different items were being sold. I was a little repulsed to see this. One guy tried to sell us something. I curiously approached to see what it was. I could buy an exotic animal as a pet. But I was horrified by what I saw. They were 2 human girls. 4 girls, and without sounding like a degenerate. They were very beautiful and their thighs were visible. But the chains around their necks made me think they were pets. Their names were written on their clothes. The one on the right was Claudia and the one on the left was Sophia. I told the guy no thanks. He looked annoyed, yanking the chain, as if to a dog. The girls were walking straight to some cages where other people were. I felt a churning in my stomach. As I came out, I wanted to vomit. Cid saw me and handed me a handkerchief. Then he said to me, "This place is the Lawless City. Hell on earth for many and paradise for few. I wanted you to see this place since, Razel, I know you don't come here to buy something." I looked at Cid as he seemed to guess what I came for. "Razel, you. I understood why you came. You came because you wanted to put an end to this place, didn't you?" "No. What the hell are you talking about? I came to kick a vampire's ass, not to save people. No, by defeating the vampire queen, I'm saving people and the world." Let's tell him yes. It's like you say. A little white lie does nothing wrong. Cid smiled. It was creepy to have a man smile at me. I'm glad he did. "You really are a great person, my friend." "No, I'm not. But I'm so horrible that I can enjoy a lie. It's like you say, Cid kun. Just like with Eli. I don't enjoy horrible things like this. That's why I came on this day, to put an end to this place. Although I have no idea about it, well, by killing the queen and king of the vampires. This place will go into crisis. I will tell Cid to move the palace to attack this place. There you go. A seamless improvised plan. Now, let's rest until tonight." The Black Tower. A large tower located in the center of the Lawless City. This tower was the symbol of terror for the inhabitants. Not only them, the empire itself feared them as well. In the past, a sword saint came to this place. His head was sent to the palace. Since then they have not made any movement until now. It is more than 1,000 meters long. With a circumference of 500 meters for internal space. The windows are built to deflect the daylight, but during the night, the lunar rays come in. This place consists of 100 floors. That was because it was built that way in the game. It was a vertical spiral-shaped dungeon. At the top, in a room as dark as night, a shadow looked out of the window that did not reflect the light. They are insects indeed. They don't know that their days are numbered. That shadow was that of a man. He was very tall, wearing a black robe with a red cloak that indicated he was a nobleman of very high status. His skin was white, as if he was anemic because of how pale it was. He wore shoes that looked like heels. Black pants and white shirt of fine silk. His hair was as red as blood. It reached his back, he had 2 pierced ears with black inverted crosses. His eyes were the same as the color of his hair. But his gaze was cold, as if what he saw in front of him was garbage. This man was a villain of the game, the king of the night, absolute ruler of the vampires. Gerhardt Bagrata der Bloodfoe. Gerhardt approached his lunch. They were children dressed in fine clothes. His hands moved to see who he would choose first. But he was stopped by what he heard. Please protect us, O goddess Alexia. May your love for us guard us from evil. Gerhardt stopped. Instead, he approached the girl. The girl looked into those intense, glowing red eyes with no sign of any affection for life. Why do you pray? Gerhardt asked. The girl fearfully said. Because, in spite of everything that happens, only the goddess and the other gods can save us. Gerhardt stood up. Goddess? You speak of the existence known as God to you. His expressionless face suddenly showed a sinister smile on those red lips. That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. His pale hands grabbed the girl by the neck. His black nails were long, burying themselves in her neck without piercing the skin. He lifted the girl as high as he could and said, Where is your God? There is no God. There is no such existence. The only gods you should worship. It's us, the vampires. The progenitors to be precise. They're the ones responsible for creating everything, not that crap you call God. Where is this God, tell me? Gerhardt's hand moved to the neck of a child, with just a graze of his fingernails. A large amount of blood spurted out by the bucket load. You see, there is no God. If there was one, I would have killed him long ago with my own hands for taking my mother from me. Gerhardt's fingers moved and began to cut the jugulars of all the children. Observe how life and death is nothing to me. Being an existence that has lived for almost 500 years, I know better than anyone that this God does not exist. To my dear God, whom I hate and despise so much. Punish me. Come on. Do it. Do it. There were no children left alive, only the girl in his hand. Gerhardt's wild expression returned to normal after a while. Oh no, I lost my temper again. He threw the girl to the ground. She was still praying to a locket symbolizing the goddess Alexia. Gerhardt ignored her, and went straight to the center of the room, which was illuminated by a glowing red light. A large coffin was there. A large fish tank with blood in tubes led straight to the coffin. Inside, a mummy was drinking blood. Gerhardt, looking like a child watching his sick mother. He approached and caressed the coffin. Mother, don't worry. Soon you will come back to life and then we will get back what was taken from us that day. He was smiling as his hands touched the coffin. Tonight, when you come back to life, the plan will be carried out thanks to the blood moon. As my father said, it's the only way to revive you. I prepared a great feast for you this day. A bloody feast just for you. This place will become a big jug of blood that I can drink your fill. Ah, mother, I long to see you already. Chapter 36 Night of the Living Dead. The night fell faster than I imagined. After arriving at the hotel where we stayed, we went to a bar to eat. Yes, instead of restaurants, they were bars where you eat something. We were served instead of a beautiful girl or nice waiter, by a fat, hairy guy. We ordered the only thing that didn't look too greasy or too fishy. Hamburgers and fries. Inside that place, there were also several knights-like adventurers in one place gathered. I don't know if there are no more restaurant bars in this place, so it was strange to see them gathered. Apparently, more kept arriving every so often. I was quietly eating my burger, when I noticed something familiar. On one of the seats, drinking a large mug of beer, was a woman. I knew her, it was Professor Gladys Wolford, a woman with very masculine short hair. The color was wine red and her eyes were dark amber. How did I recognize her? It was simple. That huge butt was something I couldn't forget. It was so big and round, the seat couldn't support it and she used 2 seats. It was an ass just as big as Barbara's. I would never forget that, let alone her underwear peeking out a little. Suddenly, a knight shouted. What the hell does that mean? His tone of voice was very loud, so those of us present looked at him. A colleague told him to calm down, but he kept shouting. They told us to meet here, didn't they? Where the idiot who sent us the information is. He shouted something very dangerous, but there were no guards here, so it doesn't matter. By the way, since it got dark, we haven't seen a single guard here either. The knight kept shouting. We arrived hours ago and we were told to come. The palace sent that guy to give us information and we came. Where is that guy is the question. They were all wondering the same thing. It was weird according to their faces. While munching on a French fry, I noticed something strange. The smell in the air reeked of sulfur. It was there. Gyaha. That I understood. The event started a while ago. Ha ha ha. A couple of guys were walking with a bottle in their hands. The underworld already closed its doors, so we missed the fun, ha ha ha. Yeah, the champion will fight today it seems. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. Both of them were staggering, then one of them visualized a woman. From her attire, she was a prostitute from the grey area. One of them approached her. Hey cutie, are you up for a little fun now? The woman turned slightly. Expecting to see the woman's face, the man made a frightened face. From her ears, nose, and teeth, black tar was pouring out. Her eyes were stained black, her arteries and blood vessels were marked black. The woman suddenly reached for the man's throat. Ah! With one bite she tore out his vocal cords, and when the man fell to the ground, she proceeded to literally eat him. Ah! Ha! Like a hyena, skin, muscles, intestines, and bones she devoured as if there was no tomorrow. The companion of the devoured man was terrified. He wanted to run away, but behind him were men and women with the same characteristics. All he did was scream before he was devoured. They're ghouls. Run! We went outside to see what the heck was going on. We were shocked by what was happening. People of different races and clothing were running for their lives. That was because of those who were attacking them. They are known as ghouls. In this world, or rather in the game, ghouls are humans captured and turned into monsters that try to resemble vampires. They are not exactly strong. But they are very agile and they are also very fierce, not to mention that they feel no pain whatsoever. Vampires are born through their progenitors. A progenitor can bite a person and turn them into a vampire. Vampire babies can also be born. That was explained in the game since this event never existed. And when Lily and the idiots came to this place to kill the vampire queen, it was in vain. Not only because the Night King before dying at the hands of Regulus confesses to them that she woke up long ago. It was more because of the fact that the ghouls took over the duchy. The weird thing is that it was happening 4 years after finishing the academy. Why are there events that happen at a speed that shouldn't happen yet? The answer is obvious. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I won't think about it. The knights and adventurers came out of the place and started fighting the ghouls. I shouted to Cid. This is our chance. While he answered me. For what exactly? I pointed to the place where we were going to go. There. The Great Black Tower. At this moment the guards should be on the walls preventing them from wanting to escape. We'll use that lack of security to enter the subway tunnels and get in. How do you know that? He asked. I answered. Because I used my hawk eye to find out. At first he looked at me doubtfully, but then he nodded. Come on, let's go kick that guy's and that old lady's ass. And so, Cid and I went straight to the tower to prevent the event from progressing any further as the moon was getting redder and redder. Northern District. At the Duke's castle, a party was taking place. Various high-status nobles were celebrating. They were laughing. They were chatting carefree. And above all, ladies and gentlemen, they were aware of what had happened. I, Duke Granville, want to thank you for coming on this day. Today, the Night King will purge this filthy place for us. Casimiro was well dressed, he also smelled better than before and shaved much of his face. His heir son was with him. Like his father, he was obese, but with pimples on his face. His big belly moved just like Barbara's breasts when he walked, up and down. A nobleman approached him. "Excuse me, Duke-sama. I was wondering what will happen once the purge is over." Casimiro took a bottle of liquor and drank it before answering. He let out a big belch and said, "Almost half a century ago, my father knelt before a man. No, a monster was the best answer to describe him. That monster came from a destroyed kingdom where vampires ruled in the shadows. The monster came to take his land. My father at that time had the territory in a terrible state. There was nothing worthwhile. But that monster told him that if he gave him full control of this land, he would turn it into a paradise for us. Without much choice, my father agreed. In a couple of weeks, a large tower was built in the center. Came the separation of the districts, and in a few days, this place became paradise. My father, the feudal lord, in spite of everything, even that monster, invited him to lunch from time to time. He told me before he died to listen to him in everything. And today, the day when we will finally stop panicking about the imperial palace, came. His plan is to create an army of ghouls in the unnecessary districts and attack the capital. Fa, I'm not interested in controlling the empire, just living well. And he said that everything would stay the same if I gave him a hand, and so it happened." He grabbed another bottle and drank it. "I had a guy leak false information so that many knights and adventurers would come. Right now there must be a war going on over there. When it's all over, in the morning they'll be ready to attack the capital." Fa. Casimiro was not a traitor. He was just a rat who did not care about the safety of others, only his own. To top it off, he doesn't realize that Gerhardt is using him. The northern zone is not being attacked as they are the desert for when she revives. Who will be able to prevent this frightening development? Things are really very ugly over there, aren't they? 3 individuals were watching everything from the heights. John, Clement, and Manfred were watching everything from a building. What will be the point of this? They are not fighting since the letter that was sent to them said that something like this could happen. Of all those present, only the 3 of them were the only ones on whom the Prime Minister could entrust the real task. They jumped from building to building until in a couple of minutes they arrived. In the center of a square, a large tower stood. They set foot on the ground and approached it carefully as they conversed. "I understand sending ghouls to keep people from escaping, but making a massacre is absurd," John said. They watched as people tried to escape along the walls, but the guards who were no longer in uniform prevented them. In different places, several conflict zones were taking place. Clement replied to John. "Maybe they are doing nothing more than this for fun. Sadistic people really enjoy the pain of others. These guys aren't human, they're..." His words were cut off as Clement grabbed his shirt and threw him back. Manfred also stepped back. Clement shouted, "Show yourself!" Suddenly, a black mist appeared. From it, footsteps sounded. Step. Step. The footsteps were slow but strong. After a brief moment, a figure appeared. It was a man dressed in black with a silver mask. The man had black gloves and on top of those gloves, rings. Manfred saw him and shouted, "That look! No, it can't be. It's impossible, I remember you were executed, I saw it with my own eyes." "You?" Clement completed what Manfred was going to say. "So you're still alive, hey? Jack the Ripper." This person was not part of the game, but according to the history of the capital several decades ago, a mysterious shadow wandered at night and killed women. He dismembered them and made art figures out of them. For several months they searched for the culprit, in the end, they could not find him. But there was someone who did. The Werner clan. Clement's family were not always nobles. Long ago, when the Black Crows existed, a family came from abroad. That family possessed a strange magic threads. A strange magic that used their sinews from their own flesh to create some difficult to create threads. This was classified as level 4 magic. That family fled their country as they were treated as traitors. Upon arriving in the empire, they were welcomed to work as the emperor's shadows. They were responsible for attacking the original Black Ravens and nearly exterminating them. They would kill anyone ordered by the emperor. But one day, that came to an end. The chief before the current one, that is Clement's grandfather. He killed a child who was framed for something he didn't do. That made not only the current clan chief, but also his relatives feel like scum. Then, one day the new emperor arrived. That man said to them, "What? You want to step out of the shadows? Very well, there are other guys better than you, I give you the title of Viscounts so that no one will bother you." Clement's parents were happy because the darkness did not contaminate them so much. Their son would be born clean. That made them happy. But there was a problem. A member of their family became a criminal. He used the magic they swore never to use again and killed many women. Then, the chief's wife pretended to be a victim and the whole clan was undercover. Many died, but he was caught. In the end, that man was executed before their eyes. Clement was still a child, but he saw his cold corpse. That's why he was surprised that this man was still alive. The man in the silver mask laughed. "Hoh! You noticed the trap, hey? It should be impossible for the human eye to perceive." Jack reached out his hand and touched a light transparent wire which glowed in the red moonlight. "If you could notice it, you mean you're a Werner, right?" Clement looked coldly at Jack, took off his coat and handed it to John. "Professor John, please don't let it get dirty. It's my favorite, I wore it on my first date, even though it was a flop." Clement walked straight over to the wires. From his pocket he pulled out several two-piece rings and placed them on his fingers one by one as he spoke. "I, Clement von Werner, son of Nix and Marie Werner, will be the one to put an end to your monstrous existence." At the moment he finished placing the last ring, an intense light shone. He was an inch away from a wire that was going to slice him. The wire was destroyed by golden threads coming out of the ring. Wire magic, El Dorado. The wires were destroyed as a greater force shattered them. Jack saw it and just whistled. He adjusted the rings on his fingers and then said, "So, how much fun are you going to give me?" In the next second, they both disappeared. Jack used his vampiric abilities. Blood. A type of power that only the elite vampires that were created by drinking the blood of a superior vampire. The superior vampires were those who commanded the low-level vampires. There were 4 types of vampires. Progenitors. Superior. Regular. Ghouls. Jack was a regular vampire, but his power was that of a candidate for a sword saint. Just before his execution, Jack remembered how a man gave him his blood to save him only if he chose to serve him for life. Jack accepted as he wanted to continue killing people. Jack and Clement's threads collided. A beautiful colorful trail left each blow. Jack used vampiric magic. Bloody thread magic, Charlotte's web. A white web was created in the air. The threads were so strong that they were tearing nearby buildings. Clement was closing in on them, but he didn't hesitate. Thread magic, golden spiral. As if dancing, he twirled in the air and the threads coiled his body into a golden-colored drill. The drill and the spider's web collided with each other. "That's all you can do!" Jack screamed and broke through his own web. His body was cut, but thanks to vampire regeneration, the clothes did too due to his magic power imbued in it. He kicked Clement very hard and he went flying straight into a building. Puh! Blood came out of his mouth. Jack rushed over and created fists of threads. Bloody thread magic, world of crippling pain. Clement was being beaten as if in punishment. Jack wouldn't give him a break. The Werner clan are pathetic cowards. The only reason they got me was because I let them. I was bored with that life, the women in the capital were useless. My artistic creativity was stagnant there, that's why I became a vampire and was granted the position of guardian of the tower entrance. I can create all the art I want, being a vampire is the greatest happiness you could ever wish for. No matter how much you cut, no matter how much you get killed, you always come back to life. You always come back to life, it's the best. Jack turned to Black Mist and walked away to deliver his coup de grace. Take this. Once I kill you, I'll go get those two, then hunt some stupid bitches, ha ha ha. He approached Clement who fell to the ground, he only saw Jack, and his mouth said something that shook the vampire. Really? You're a big fool. Jack was still turned to mist, but suddenly something caught him. He couldn't go through it even though he was intangible. As he looked at what was in front of him, he visualized hundreds of very small threads. The mist state was known as atomization. The ability to turn your molecules into small parts and pass through solid objects. But these threads were so small and thin that they did not allow a single molecule to escape. Jack stopped fighting and returned to his normal form. He looked at everything strangely. Clement before he fell was caught by a bed of threads. He walked up to Jack and said, "Why do you think I almost didn't fight back? It was to create such an obvious trap. You're certainly strong, but that's because you're a monster. In life you are only cunning, but being undead you have forgotten what weaknesses you had and that something as simple as a trap can finish you off." The threads each time joined with others and the golden glow appeared. Jack shouted at Clement. "Who do you think I am, you bastard? I'm Jack the Ripper, I've killed hundreds and I'll kill thousands more, my art will be remembered." The threads were starting to get smaller. Clement looked at Jack with a pitying face. According to the information given from the Prime Minister, vampires have a weak point besides sunlight. Their heart, like humans, is their critical point. If you destroy their brain, nothing happens since their heart is in charge of pumping blood to the body and keeping it conscious. No doubt they are monsters, but if that heart doesn't pump blood, vampires can't do anything. Clement showed his hands, clasped them together and said, "Thread magic." A great golden light glowed in that place bathed in the red light. Jack, all he could say before he was sliced into small pieces was, "It can't be. I remember you, you're. It's too late for you to try to change your ending." Clement said his final attack. Praying mantis bite. Making a mantis-like silhouette, Clement tore and cut Jack's flesh and bones until his heart was visible. He grabbed it and with his hand crushed it. Jack let out a scream of agony as he turned to black ash. "Damn you, Clement, I would never." Jack the Ripper's existence ended right there. Manfred watched him as John opened the door to enter. He shouted to them, "You two, let's go now. We don't know what they're replanning, but we mustn't waste any time." Manfred walked over to Clement and handed him his coat. Before turning and walking to the entrance, he looked at the destroyed silver mask. He remembered a day when he was a child. He was sad because he was made fun of. Then one day a person gave him something. It was a beautiful silver mask. He said to him as he handed it to him, "Do you want to hide your face? Do it with this, but if you wear it, you should know that it symbolizes that the people who judge you are right. Will you still wear it?" Despite being a child, Clement refused the gift. That person laughed and threw the chewing gum in the trash. Years later, he found that same man wearing the mask on his execution day. Clement said as he walked to the tower, "Farewell forever, big brother." Having eliminated his past, Clement moved on to the prosperous future of the country. Chapter 37 Black Tower, 1. The situation in the streets was becoming horrifying. "Please let us out. We are visitors, we are not locals. Do you know who my father is? At the south entrance, several people were gathered. They were carrying whatever they could in their hands. The reason for their flight was because the ghouls had taken over almost all of the grey zone. Because the red zone was well fortified thanks to the barricades so that the guys having fun with the girls would not escape. The people there had no idea what was going on outside. They only heard screams and didn't give them any importance. The doors were locked. The reason was so that no one would get in or out. The vampires went out leaving everything locked, but no ghoul had entered. They didn't care since, sooner or later, they would break down the barricade. Some vampires were looking down from above. Stupid humans, look at them trying to fight their way out like the rats they are. Haha, it's true. These idiots think they can break. The cheerful conversation between them ended quickly as something happened. A mysterious figure rose up and cut both the vampires and the wall into pieces. That figure walked calmly through the crowd. 5th floor of the Black Tower. Several minutes ago, 3 individuals infiltrated. The interior of the tower was like a normal watchtower. It had various rooms that were the sleeping quarters, kitchen, and gymnasium for it. Once they set foot, they began to coldly kill all the vampires. Who the hell are? Gya. The vampires were killed without a chance to defend themselves. Some used their blood, others their atomization and others their awakening. A forbidden technique that reveals their grotesque and true appearance. But it was useless. Clement released a large amount of golden threads and they trapped flies like a spider's web. Thread magic, Beelzebub's sonata. Gya. The threads generated ultra-strong vibrations that made the surroundings feel a small earthquake. That vibration disintegrated the vampires to painful levels. While John at Clement's side used a peculiar and very rare way of fighting. Waka! John shouted as he pulled out black nunchucks from his back. He waved and waved them from side to side as he shouted. Wachao! A nunchaku headed straight for a vampire's head. The vampire thought nothing would happen to him, he was wrong. The vampire's face was smashed by the blow. Then, using the other nunchaku in his left hand, he split the vampire in half. He wasn't the only dead vampire. John pirouetted while making strange sounds as he killed vampires. One vampire drew his sword and used atomization. As he turned to John, he reversed the effect and thought he had won. But John knew he would do that. Swinging the nunchaku back, the vampire was split in half. Then he approached one much larger than the others. He placed the chains of the nunchaku around its neck and as he was strangling it, it took a great leap upward. It was several meters. The vampire could not use atomization due to the lack of oxygen to concentrate. When he got as high as he could, John turned around and began to fall head first, forming a whirlpool. Death spin. The great whirlwind was approaching a group of vampires. They were crushed by the force of the fall. John was unharmed as he landed on his feet at the last minute. Truly, these guys are a nuisance, he said as he looked up. Getting to the 100th floor will be very. Why do you think you'll make it that far? A mysterious voice whispered to him while his back was turned. John turned around, but it was too late. A cut appeared on his back. Blood was pouring out. John used a potion to regain strength so the wound would close. Once the pain was gone, he realized the same thing happened. He was cut. But in the face, then torso, and finally near the ankle. He stepped back to avoid further damage. But the enemy was not going to let him. Again John was cut. The vampire was using atomization faster than John could react. Blood was everywhere on John's body. Finally, the red mist turned into a person and showed who the attacker was. A thin, pale-skinned man with grey hair combed forward and closed eyes was looking at him. Is this the result of the cowardly life you have led since that day? John, who was sighing heavily from the loss of blood, reacted to the vampire's voice. That voice, don't tell me it's you. George Hardy. The same. Impossible. You must be dead. Long ago, there was an elite squadron called the Grand Knights. The Grand Knights were those chosen by the ministers to form an elite squadron for special missions. Among them, one boy was the chosen captain. He came from a small knightly house from abroad who came to live in the kingdom. Young John was a man who carried out his orders successfully. But that was partly a facade. He only cared about the glamour and benefits it gave him. Then one day, their vice-captain, a man who came from a house destroyed by the Twilight Saint, betrayed them. John was ambushed. House Hardy betrayed the Empire as he sold them weapons to enemy kingdoms. Almost all of them were killed by the Sword Saint sent after discovering their misdeeds. George survived because he was in the palace when it all happened. Since his family was killed by the palace, he decided to take revenge on the one who informed on him. There was only one person who knew that his family sold weapons. John. Both George and others cornered him and killed many great knights. In a desperate attack, George was wounded in the lungs by John, but John was not unharmed. George's sword went straight into his corneas. On that day, John's knightly life died. Both John and the other great knights were dismissed and exiled from the knight squads. John spent his days drinking alone in his room. His own family did not support him as he brought this on himself by not denouncing him sooner rather than later. He didn't because John was earning something too for helping George, but one day he got fed up with earning too little and decided to earn too much. It went wrong. Then one day, someone showed up at his door. It was a tall, burly man. He spoke to him. "Is this what you want for your future? You may have ruined it, even cost you your family's expulsion and your job as your honor." John became annoyed and threw his bottle at the man. "What the hell do you know about me? What's wrong with making extra money? If only I hadn't been found out, none of this would have happened." The man was quiet for a while and then said, "Is that your excuse for your actions? I lived in poverty and starvation, but that doesn't mean I would do what you did. Even if life is horrible and you don't want to live it, it doesn't mean you're going to hurt others over a tantrum. I'm not judging you, I'm just asking if this is what you want to do now. Who the hell are you that you care?" "I am." The man said a name that made John get up from his bed. "It can't be, you're that man, the legendary S-rank adventurer. My name is not necessary to remember. Long ago I was what you said, but now I am just another vassal of a noble house." John was left with his mouth open as he did not know what to answer. The reason he was a great knight was because this man recommended him. Because of his anger, he did not recognize him. John followed him to an acquaintance of his. The current headmaster of the academy who at that time was just another teacher. He appointed him as a teacher. John worked hard for several years training his body which lost its vision. But thanks to that training, he was able to develop his other senses, among them the perception of magical power. Thanks to this, he can see his surroundings without any problem. John remembered everything that happened to him while he was watching George. "Answer, how come you are still alive?" George laughed. "That day I was dying, then I saw him. Gerhardt Sama appeared to give me a chance and I became a regular vampire. I trained very hard so no one could defeat me. Not even an incompetent like you. On this day, you will die, John. Test my anger stored up for so many years." George turned into a red mist and flew everywhere. Clement wanted to help him, but the vampires clustered together blocking the way. John took off his glasses to clean them. His scarred eyes were exposed. He placed them on the ground while from one of his legs, he pulled a black tonfa. He looked up at the sky and noticed that the red mist was circling a lot. After waiting a while, it came down at high speed. "Die, John," John said as he got into position for a jump. The tonfa spun around several times as he gained momentum. "George, I'm glad you're alive so to speak. Then I can tell you this. I'm so sorry. You're in this situation because of me. If only I had been someone who wasn't greedy. Your family could have received a lesser sentence to achieve forgiveness, but that couldn't happen. That's why, as partners, The tonfa spun at high speed and John jumped straight into the red mist. D. George shouted as a sword stuck out from inside the mist. John shed a tear before saying, I'm sorry you turned into this. If I were in your shoes, I would have taken a deal with the demon too. Forgive me, it was my fault. For that, I will release you. The tonfa spun at high speed in reverse mode. Instead of being sent backwards, George was pulled in. Even if he used atomization, George was just molecule smoke. Damn it! He shouted as his molecules were scattered around with no way to rearrange them. In the end, I had to appear. His legs were gone, and in the middle of the air. This is goodbye. John stopped waving his tonfa and split George in half. His heart was also broken. Before he turned to ash, George said, John, you've become quite the gentleman now. Without being able to finish what he was saying, George disappeared. John fell to the ground. He put on his glasses and tears were still streaming down. I'm not a knight, I'm a demonic teacher who overworks his students. Clement saw everything as he struggled, but there was something he forgot. Where is Professor Manfred? 12th floor. Professor Manfred was calmly walking up the stairs. Old age is a fearsome enemy. My legs are not what they used to be. He moved away from the others to advance at his own pace. He walked elegantly with his cane while stroking his mustache. Suddenly he stopped. Black mists were coming towards him. There were 100 of them. From among them, a very large figure appeared. He was 2.5 meters tall, he had scars on his face despite having the ability to regenerate. His skin was as brown as wheat and he was also bald. He had a sword as big as he was. The man spoke with a loud tone that shook the ground. Who is the idiot who enters our domain? Manfred touched his mustache with interest. He stopped as he seemed to know the guy. Wait a minute, sir, you look very familiar. Just in case. Kakaka. I was feared decades ago in the Empire. I was the one who made the knights and armies fearful. I was dismissed from the palace because I was too cruel to my enemies. I am the one and only, Dorian the Butcher. Kakaka. They all burst out laughing and began to tell their identities. A toothless man covered by a leather bag shouted. Yes, we are at celebrity appearances. I was Donovan the Bone Collector. I tortured children and ate their flesh and left their bones as souvenirs. Another man with a scruffy mustache said. I, the dreaded James the Grinder. I am more famous than all since I tortured a duke while pretending to be on a trip, ha ha ha, the incompetence of the palace was a treat. Those present were criminals, and not just anyone, criminals that history erased for their monstrosities. Manfred said. I know them all. They were supposed to be sent to the gallows, especially you, Dorian. I saw you as the air escaped from your body and an expression of pain you showed. Dorian laughed. Kakaka, and that day I certainly died, but Gerhardt Sama gave me his blood and I became one of the strongest. These scars are on my body only because that degenerate is too strong for me. But no matter, I will earn points for Gerhardt Sama to make me his right hand. Now, die. The big sword was approaching Manfred, everyone laughed, then. That's something fast, isn't it? I say that because I saw it coming and it gave me time to move. When the big sword fell to the ground, Manfred was standing to the side. They all watched as the weapon moved faster than the blink of an eye. Dorian didn't understand what happened, but he did it again. Now you old geezer, die. This time, the same thing happened. Manfred watched as in a linear fashion the sword approached his waist. He used his cane to parry the blow. Dorian's arms shook from the vibration. He and the others could not believe what happened. Then Manfred told them. No matter how many years go by, beasts will always be beasts. Hey? What the? Dorian was silent as he watched Manfred remove his monocle and then finger-comb his hair forward in a very unruly youthful style. So, do you remember me now? Both Dorian and the others were shocked by what they saw. And no, it can't be. It can't possibly be true. Manfred walked forward. Even if you forget me, I won't forget you. For most of you here, I was the one who captured you and sent you to your execution. I was even the executioner with some of you. Dorian was sweating, then he shouted. Those eyes. That unruly hair. And above all, that tone of fearing nothing. No. You can't be him. Maybe this name will remind you of him. Manfred moved his lips and almost all the vampires dropped their swords. Arrogans. Then Dorian said. Ma. Manfred, the saint of arrogance. The same. One detail that was never revealed in the game about Manfred. It's just that his past was a mystery. He always supported Lily and the capture targets. In fact, he even defeated Lambert several times in training. The reason was clear. He was testing them. If they were going to save this country, they had to show they were worthy. So this man, the former sword saint, the saint of arrogance. He would see if they were worth it. The reason I am no longer one is because when the new emperor took the throne, his little toy was much more effective than me. And they fired me. Those bastards took everything I earned and I had nothing. They even named me as the third son even though I was the heir of my family. But it doesn't matter. I accepted this order since a good friend of mine, the previous head of Erzberger household, was killed by his boss. I came today to kill that spawn. You are nothing more than an appetizer for me. Dorian, still trembling, shouted. Why you think we're afraid of you? You're just a fucking old man now. You lost your skills long ago because of age. Die, you old shit. Manfred grabbed his cane, near the end where he held it, pressed a button and as if it was a sword sheath, it fell down. A sword was visible. You are right that getting older makes you weaker. But my sword, Arrogans, will never grow old. Its edges and will remain the best the Holy Realm could send. Perish. With those words, before dropping the cane, Manfred picked it up and said. Silence. As he closed it slowly. Manfred was on the other side of the innocents. As he finished closing it, a shower of blood and ash happened behind him. Without a single drop of blood falling on him. He combed his hair as before and walked calmly. Why do they think I was able to cross so easily? Idiocy can't leave even if you are undead. He said that while walking without looking back. Hey, what are humans doing here? Me, the great Lex Will. Ah. Razel and Cid made it into the Black Tower. They were now on the 75th floor. They were going up with great speed. Razel led Cid to an entrance that no one used as it smelled bad to anyone. Because Cid possessed the alchemical water magic attribute, he was able to create a water shield to keep from touching the waste. It smelled bad, though. That didn't stick on his body. They managed to infiltrate when Clement was fighting Jack. They snuck up to the 14th floor. But Razel had flatulence from the potato chips he ate and they were detected. Because of his speed, he killed the vampires on that floor without the others noticing. Because of the commotion that was happening on the 2nd floor, many vampires went down. Razel and Cid took advantage of that to go up and kill everything they come across. They reached the 77th floor. Razel was saying to Cid in a joking tone. This is the best they can do? PFF. We would have come then any day and not wait for today too. Cursed blood magic, fallen angel. Razel couldn't finish what he said due to a hand hitting his cheek. That made him fly to the wall, breaking it and flying out. Cid seeing that. R.A. Raziel. He shouted from the bottom of his heart. But the person who killed Razel didn't feel even the slightest interest in what the euphoric Cid was saying. A man dressed in guard clothes like all vampires. Only he had medals on his chest and decorative shoulder pads. He wore a very old-fashioned senior officer's cap. At his waist was a sword only used in fencing duels. He was tall, thin, he almost appeared to have anorexia. His skin was pale and his face was as long as a potato. His lips were painted with black lipstick. His chin was split and he had signs of having a beard, although badly shaved as the shadow of what they were growing was marked. His eyes were not visible due to round black glasses. His hair was strange. It was covered almost entirely by his cap. But on one side a strange zigzag cut was peeking out. The man spoke in a tone of an arrogance with Cid. I went down because there was a lot of noise that disturbed His Excellency. I never imagined that these guys were incompetent. Cid was angry. The man looked at the hole in the wall. It was my mistake to use part of my awakening as a superior vampire against an insect. Just a normal punch would have done the trick. Cid heard a loud bang. It sounded like something had fallen or impacted. His eyes focused on the enemy. The man through the glasses was looking at Cid. He made a disgusted expression. What? Is there something on my face? Can't be. Did you fall in love? I'm not interested in guys like you, much less insects. The man spoke in an effeminate tone while spitting on the floor. He adjusted his glasses and introduced himself. There's no one here but me. The idiots upstairs have come down, so I am His Excellency's last defensive wall. Allow me to introduce myself, since my beautiful angelic appearance is the only thing you will look at before you die. I am Gerhardt Sommer's advance captain. His faithful servant and right-hand man, Quinqua der Quinks. I am a superior vampire, meaning the beasts you have defeated are nothing but trash compared to my majesty. Quinqua had red wings on his arms, that was the awakening. A vampiric power that only superior vampires could use. He smiled at the sight of Cid, who pulled out a sword he stole. I'll make sure that insects like you don't dare look down on us vampires. There was about less than 1 hour left, before the fish tank that feeds the vampire queen would be emptied, guaranteeing her resurrection. Chapter 38 Black Tower, 2. Cid watched Razel disappear from sight. He was provoked by a mysterious man dressed in black. The man introduced himself as Quinqua. Cid was really angry. You wretched wretch! He drew his sword and approached Quinqua. He made no move, just stood watching him approach. The sharp sword approached Quinqua's neck. He stopped. Cid didn't understand what happened, it was Quinqua who explained it to him. What you are seeing is part of our abilities as the supreme chosen beings. His hand moved to the collar of his uniform and lowered it a little for Cid to see. His veins were glowing as at the same time they were hardened. This is known as blood. Thanks to the power of our blood, the magic power we use increases in potency. What you see is defense blood, it allows us to defend against normal attacks and magical attacks. This is attack blood. Quinqua had red bracelets with wings on his wrists. His hand that held his sword moved as if something was forcing it to do so. Cid covered himself, but it was useless because the sword protecting him broke into pieces. This is the blood's power of attack. Thanks to our blood heritage from us superior vampires. Our blood can move at its own will. Isn't it amazing? I don't have to move a single finger to kill you, my blood will move my body to do it. It is known as involuntary movement according to you. On Quinqua's ankles appeared the same as on his wrists. Like a motorcycle, he accelerated. Cid looked to the sides looking for a way to avoid the damage, but he had nothing to do it with. So he decided to use his own power. Alchemical water magic. He raised his hand and a blue magic circle manifested. Stinging rain. A large jet of water shot out from that magic circle, forming a sphere in the sky. With the passing of seconds, it launched a large amount of liquid stingers. Quinqua paid no mind and continued straight at Cid as the needles hit him. Cid shouted again. Transmutation. Thanks to Cid's alchemical magic, the needles embedded in Quinqua's body turned to steam. Burn. Quinqua reacted due to the burning his skin felt. His clothes were intact but his body manifested second-degree burns. That made him annoyed. Miserable insect with a timer, he said as his body regenerated the burned parts. You seem to be an insect that puts up a fight. Fine, I'll play on your turf. Quinqua stepped back and stood several meters in front of Cid. Cursed blood magic, Angel's Ascension. He raised his hands and strange tumors grew from his back. The tumors tore part of his clothing, but that didn't matter to him. With a slight jump, Quinqua soared into the sky and showed beautiful red wings. He looked at Cid mockingly. I stopped being a fallen angel and now I ascended to heaven. You can't touch me anymore, you insect. Flugelschnitt. Shouting his attack, the red wings launched blades straight at Cid. He activated a water shield. But it was useless. The blades pierced the shield and some cut through his skin and flesh. Blood was pouring out. Kya! Cid's cry of pain was very explicit. His flesh was being torn mercilessly. After a while the attack ended. Quinqua was still in the sky and saw Cid who was still alive. TCH. You are a truly disgusting insect. Let's finish this head on. Quinqua was coming down to end Cid's suffering. But he was interrupted by golden threads. The body was caught in them and the net was getting smaller. Using a little force, he broke them. But that was not all that happened. A whirlwind-shaped object was coming towards him. Quinqua barely dodged it. But what he couldn't dodge was that Manfred was behind him. But what? Silent assassination. With those words, his back was cut off and so were his wings. His blood was activated, so damaging or cracking those wings should be impossible. But it happened. Manfred clipped Quinqua's wings and Quinqua fell to the ground. Then Cid, a little wobbly, realized that three figures were in front of him. What are you doing in this place, Bryce? John shouted at him as Clement approached to heal him. Thread magic, regroup. Clement's magic couldn't heal. What it could do was replace dead cells with new cells. New tissues and organs appeared in the ones that were cut away. Cid spat out some blood as he asked. What are the teachers doing here? That's our question, you idiot. What the hell are you doing here? This is no place for brats. John yelled at Cid out of concern. After a while, Quinqua stood up. His face showed that he was very upset. You insects have dared to bother me more than I already am. And that is unforgivable for my complexion. Quinqua rose once again, the same attack happened. A large number of wind blades fell straight at them. But this time the same thing would not happen. Manfred and John jumped up and repelled several of those blades. Manfred's sword repelled the blades at the same speed as they fell, while John used his tonfas and nunchakus to knock down several blades. Clement in the background created a net that caught several blades that were not cut. Because his threads were at the same level as a defensive blood, he was able to destroy them. That annoyed Quinqua. They're annoying me to the point that the stress will leave me with green-gray hair. I'll be sure to end this as soon as possible. Again he soared into the sky and transformed again. Blood magic cursed, Archangel Executioner. The wings on his back grew larger. On his head a halo of blood formed. His hands glowed a deep red. He was no longer in the air, he was now on the ground. He looked at them all and said, "You won't get out of here alive. Stop this nonsense, you are no match for us." Manfred shouted as he quickly approached. Truly, insects never learn. The right hand that held his sword moved as if it were a snake. It moved in different ways and Manfred couldn't dodge a cut that came from behind. It pierced him near the lung area. Puh! He spat blood. Then he was thrown to the side. Clement wanted to run to heal him, but he couldn't leave his student unprotected. John understood that and went for Manfred. He was almost there, but Quinqua was much faster. John took cover and jumped back. Quinqua put down his sword and stretched out his hand. He smiled as John didn't understand his actions. His right hand seemed to twist into tentacles with blades that pierced almost all of John's body, and he was also thrown to the side. In a short span of time, 2 of them were defeated without trouble. Clement was thinking about what to do. But Cid tapped his shoulder and said, "Professor, take the other teachers and escape." Clement shouted at Cid. "What the hell are you talking about, Bryce Kun? This enemy is too strong for us." Quinqua didn't move as he wanted them to do it first. Cid looked at him as his determination grew stronger. "I know, but you guys got hurt for protecting me. It's my turn to defend you a little while you escape. And then what will you do?" "I'll run away, of course." With those words, Clement hesitated a little. But he bit his lips and said, "That's fine." Clement let out to use a net of threads that caught John and Manfred as he grabbed them and ran. Quinqua saw him and did nothing. Moments later the door closed. Clement shouted for Cid to run, but there was no response. "I was thinking about the possibility of you running like a bug after seeing your friend die and those 2 half dead. I told him that to get him to leave. This is my battle. I came here for one purpose. To wipe this place out once and for all." Cid's eyes focused on the sword cane Manfred wielded. Quinqua seemed to indicate with his nose, "Pick it up," so Cid did so. He picked up his sword and magical power poured from his body. "I want to get this over with as quickly as possible and go finish off the other plagues. Then I will go and notify His Excellency of everything." A great spiral of blood manifested. Quinqua approached Cid. He thrust his sword in Quinqua's direction, then recited a spell. Water magic. Thanks to the moonlight increasing the magic power, along with Cid's own magic power, he used his best attack. He didn't use it earlier as it required his opponent to be unable to dodge it. And that was Sea Dragon Roar. A magic circle formed around the sword and from there a blue water dragon emerged. Quinqua could not understand what happened. He could not try to escape as it was too late. Defensive blood. He stiffened his veins, arteries and blood vessels just before the water dragon engulfed him. It hit him in different parts and then went straight up into the sky. The floors prevented him from climbing much, but Cid didn't notice that Quinqua was really having a hard time. Almost reaching the second to last floor, the water dragon stopped. Cid sighed and then walked. It was almost 10 minutes that he had to climb as he watched the bloody water fall like rain. As he walked, he thought of Razel. That dude can't be dead. If he didn't die against Regulus or that creature, I don't think he could have really died. He made it to the second to last floor. A few stairs up was his target. Cid planned to recharge his strength until then. Only a few seconds passed when he felt a presence behind him. "Now you've done it, you piece of shit." As he was about to turn around, something hit him hard. He rolled several times and crashed into the door and fell down the stairs a few floors. He let out a cry of pain. He seemed to have broken his leg. Cid watched in pain, as a strange being came down. His clothes were torn and covered in red. His body had mutated. This was the ultimate awakening. It was what happens when the blood is not stable and the power goes out of control, thus making the awakening of his vampire powers go berserk. "Cursed blood magic," said a distorted, horrifying voice. Coming down like an angel, there was Quinqua transformed into a monster. His left arm was white in color and its size was the same as a whale's fin. His right arm was smaller. His sword and hand merged to be a huge white stinger. His cap was gone and his hair was exposed. His face was also hideous. One of his eyes was bigger than gold and his teeth grew to look like a shark. Quinqua was saying to Cid as he stepped on the ground. You have forced me to show this grotesque form. I congratulate you, it's been years since I last used it. But in this case it is not to protect Gerhardt-sama, it is to eliminate a pest like you. The giant hand was raised. I would use my sting to kill you, but I want you to suffer for mocking me. Take Tieas. The hand struck Cid. It rose again and struck him again. And again. And another one. Sid's body was being crushed and blood was coming out of his mouth. As he was being beaten, a certain memory came to his mind. When Cid was a child living in the palace, he was always compared to Regulus. Despite being the same age, he was more talented than Cid. That made Cid grow up with a lot of complexes towards Regulus. Cid forgot about it, but they were still in his head. When they entered the academy, he heard voices of teachers and students saying, "He's the fourth prince, right? What's he doing in the class with the worst grades? I heard that his score was very bad, that it was a shame for a prince to enter that class, but the palace said not to waste influence on him. That Prince Regulus was better even though he was not the heir." All those comments made Cid, from the game, generate a dark desire for his half-brother. That desire grew every time Regulus did something and Cid was compared to him. No one was on the side of a prince without power. A dark shadow appeared in Sid's eyes, not from the game, so his fate was to be the same as the game. The sin of envy was running through his veins. Until one day a person interrupted his life. That person was Razel. He was the first to speak on equal footing with him. He was the first to never compare or criticize with him. He was also the first to become his friend. Razel's existence made the darkness in Sid's heart only a bitter memory. When that day came, when Elise was entering her end, Cid wanted to defend her, but seeing who her opponent was, he could do nothing. But the one who motivated him to defend her was Razel, who stood before a member of the imperial family and other young men from important houses. Razel watched Razel duel against 4 young men. In 3 he won without a problem. When it came his duel against Regulus, he lost, but because of the referee. Then they were attacked by a monster. Cid wanted to run away, but his hands wouldn't move to make his Pegasus listen to him. In the distance he noticed an intense white light and a blue light. When he went to that direction, various explosions happened, and when he arrived he found Razel wounded, carrying a wounded Lambert. Although Razel denied it, Cid knew what happened. Quinqua got bored of hitting Cid. It was a good way to take the stress off. Now for the others. He walked away from there very relaxed until he was stopped by a voice. "Stop!" The voice was rough and a gasp could be heard. Quinqua turned to look and observed Cid pointing his sword at him. He made a terrifying grimace of disgust with his mouth. "You're so annoying, why don't you just die already?" The big fist came at Cid and after hitting him, he went flying against the wall. A crack was beginning to form. Quinqua was sick of hitting Cid, he was coming out when he was stopped by several rocks. Once again, Cid stood up and this time he used his Quinqua stinger. It pierced Sid's stomach. "Ah!" He let out a cry of agonizing pain as Quinqua laughed. "Do you see? You are but insignificant life forms compared to us vampires. You should be grateful that we allow you to be our food." He lifted Cid and threw him against the cracking wall. The red moonlight in the sky and flames on the floor of the grey district showed a hellish scene. "Observe how on this night we shall regain what was lost. When our queen rises, you will be only cattle." With all his strength, Cid got back to his feet. His stomach had a hole in it. Quinqua became annoyed and lunged toward Cid. "Die, you scum!" As the stinger approached, a blue glow appeared on the stinger. Quinqua immediately stopped and noticed something strange. But what? Not only the stinger, but also the surroundings began to show a blue hue. The atmosphere was warm, but it started to get cold. Quinqua's breathing was visible. "Why is the atmosphere freezing?" Quinqua did not understand why the atmosphere was crystallizing for no reason. It was then that Cid spoke. In my training with Razel in the Rosenberg Duchy, I discovered that my magical attribute was more of a transmutation state than a liquid one. The hair and eyes began to turn an icy blue. The right shoulder and some parts of his body also crystallized. Cid picked up the sword and it also began to crystallize. I can only achieve this when two requirements are met. The first is the amount of magical power in the environment, and the second is that the amount of moisture must be enough to affect it. With each step Cid took, the ground became more crystallized, the atmosphere became colder. Hey? And that? Quinqua was stunned because his blood did not respond. How? It's impossible, my arteries are freezing. Quinqua felt his legs freeze as the ice was swallowing him. My magic power is superior to yours. Then why can't I use my blood? Quinqua was beginning to despair as Cid stood in front of him. He spoke the words that would mark his end. Ice make. Ice condensed on the edge of the sword. Quinqua could not say his last words because his vocal cords froze. Absolute zero. A large amount of ice was approaching Quinqua, who thought, that's very beautiful. Those were his final thoughts as much of the tower was engulfed in icebergs growing out of it. At the top of the tower, the final floor, was Gerhardt drinking wine. It was not wine, though, but blood. He felt a slight tremor and then as something approached his door. The door was destroyed by an ice blizzard and an object flew out near him. Uninterested, he looked at what it was. His eyes did not move even though he saw that it was the head of his frozen right hand. Part of the spine was visible as frozen. As it cracked like glass, Quinqua said to him, Gerhardt, Sama. Run. Away. Quinqua's head snapped back. Gerhardt's cold, disinterested eyes turned upward. He heard footsteps approaching. It was Cid who stamped his foot and pointed his sword at him. Gerhardt never asked who he was, but Cid introduced himself. I am the third prince in the line of succession of the Arclight Empire. Siegburn von Bries. Because of your crimes and monstrosities, I will end you here and put an end. It is late. Gerhardt cut off Sid's vigilante presentation. His pale hand moved and his black fingernails pointed to a place. It was a coffin. Thanks to your increased magical power. Mother absorbed more blood so she wouldn't feel cold. It's thanks to your idiocy that she was resurrected faster. The coffin moved slowly. Gerhardt looked at Cid like a lion looks at a wounded enemy about to die. It was all over from the moment they set foot in this place. The resurrection of the Vampire Queen had begun. Chapter 39 Underworld, 1. Minutes before all the ghoul mayhem began, two people entered the underworld. They were Lambert and Belange. They didn't need anything to enter, just to say they were gladiators, and they entered quietly. Inside the place, it was exactly like a convention. Many people at booths and vendors were selling different items. Clothes, food, accessories. In the center of it all, a large round asphalt arena was located. A manager directed them to where they should go. Several minutes passed. And a man told them all to be quiet. Good evening, beasts and vermin. On this beautiful and rare red night, our champion will have several duels against a large number of opponents. The man pointed to a corner. A door opened and a figure appeared. His footsteps made the earth tremble. A very tall, overly muscular, cinnamon-skinned man with a face resembling stone in its hardness. He was smiling with his sharp teeth. His hair, like his eye, was dark black. The hair was pulled back in dreadlocks similar to John. His clothing was that of a semi-naked barbarian. It showed from his chest to his navel. His shoulders had horned monster skulls on them. He was almost 3 meters tall. In his right hand he held a sword similar to a kitchen knife. The size was medium, the same height as his thigh. The most noticeable feature of his appearance was not his necklace of small bones around his neck. It was that his right eye was closed and 3 claw marks were marked. The man introduced the big man. A big round of applause for the one, for the matchless, for the lord of this place as its undefeated champion. Krulsifer, the one-eyed tyrant king. This individual was a menace in the game. At first he was known as the One-Eyed Death, but as he gains fame and power, he was called as the Tyrant King. He is Gerhardt's right-hand man in the game. Quinqua wasn't. Krulsifer served Gerhardt as he wanted to challenge him for the position of the absolute ruler of this place. When Lily and the others confronted him, he was always looking to break her neck. Some said because that was how he was programmed. Others because he recognized that she was a danger. But the truth to that is, he actually considered her weak. So he proceeded to eliminate the weak first. The referee now pointed to the door on the opposite side. All right, for this bout number 270 we have gathered a total of 216 participants. Everyone was registered. Therefore, the doors were closed a while ago. No one will be allowed in or out. Now, you filthy pests who love violence, prepare to enjoy this carnage. Let's go with the first victim. The door opened. Screams were heard to cry out for blood. After a while, nothing happened. The referee told an attendant to go and watch. Hey, why doesn't the first contestant come out? Did he fall asleep? The bets will be very bad if he doesn't come out, go and wake him up. A manager went to check at that moment. But before he set foot, a flying body was flung towards them. It was all battered and unrecognizable. Those present were with cloudy expressions and astonishment. The referee pointed and shouted, Who are you? Two shadows set foot in the arena. Belange was one of them. He was wiping the blood from his face. Those guys were easy prey. I didn't even have to get serious. The other was Lambert, who was trying to get blood out of his shirt. I'm going to have to scrap this if it doesn't come out. Anyway, we came to this place since that saint decided to go play in the district. Let's get this over with quickly since we're ahead of the others for a reason. The two were getting closer to the arena. The referee didn't know what to say until Lambert took away the microphone that used a magic circle to transmit his voice throughout the dome. I'm sorry to say that the show is cancelled. We came for this guy's head. So stand down or you'll be treated like criminals too. There was a momentary silence, but then laughter and insults were heard. Don't fuck with me, you fucking midget. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you know how much money I invested in this duel? Champion, kill those idiots. Don't make the show end early. Lambert looked disgusted and clicked his tongue. They all disgust me. I should cut them down. What are you complaining about? It's the normal thing to do. I'd do the same in their position. I'll cut you for talking nonsense, too. Lambert unsheathed his sword. He was going to end this in an instant. Krulsifer was watching the audience with a smile. Lambert used that opportunity to go for his head. He used his ability, Phantom Feet, and got close in a split second. When Krulsifer turned his neck to speak to them as he watched them, Lambert's sword cut him down. Or that was what was supposed to happen. What? Lambert exclaimed with a question as he looked in wonder as his enemy's neck was still in his body. The sword was undoubtedly being pressed hard to cut it. But every time he tried, a small crack appeared in it. He recoiled immediately. Krulsifer thundered his neck. A loud sound was heard, and then in his gravelly voice he told them. Not bad, child. But it's no use. Since I was fighting in the slums, I always ended up getting beaten up by adults. One of them took my eye. I thought I was going to die until I met him. The Night King. He looked at me like he was looking at a wet dog and said, How pathetic you look, you want power. Earn it. Among the miserable life forms, you are the lowest of them. If you want me to stop seeing you as an insect, earn it. Be the strongest of them all. Krulsifer laughed. That's how I listened to him and trained to the point that I hardened my body without the use of magic power. My muscles are so strong that neither bullets nor swords can harm me. My bones are so hard that even if I fall from the top of the tower, nothing will happen to me. I have reached the maximum of physical strength. That's why I am the champion. And one day I will take the position of the ruler of this place from Gerhardt. I'm not interested. Lambert interrupted Krulsifer's monologue. You want to be strong? I am not interested. I will be the strongest of all for the sake of His Highness. His head recalled a certain incident. It was the day of the duel. He lost against Cid. But then he noticed that Regulus was wounded by a monster. Moments later he was in front of Razel. But his mind was very confused. He didn't remember anything. But one thing he did know, that Razel was a target to eliminate. That guy dared to go against His Highness. I don't know what happened that day, but His Highness lost power and influence. My house wants to take away his support, but I won't allow it. Even if I must go against my father, I will support His Highness. Lambert's resolution, unlike the game, was very twisted for some reason. Lambert was a cold-natured, but friendly person. That was why his popularity was at the highest of characters similar to him. But this Lambert and his version of the game were very different people. Lambert approached a wounded man. He picked up his sword. It doesn't matter if you're the Night King or the Underworld King. Anyone who stands in the way of me and His Highness will be cut down by this blade. The swords were pointed at Krulsifer. At the same time, Belange was. Ha ha ha, hey Atli, are you crazy? I'll be the one to eliminate this guy. Then I'll go after that Chocolate King. No, I didn't say that. Your head is full of crap. Shut up. Krulsifer laughed. He raised his sword and shouted. Come on. Just as they were about to launch into a fight. What is that? A fierce sound was heard. It was the door being broken. A group of ghouls entered. Are they ghouls? What are they doing here? Never mind, kill them. A fight started between the guards and the ghouls at the top. While at the bottom, 3 individuals were listening to everything. It looks like it got fun up there, said Belange. Lambert answered him while checking if his cracked sword was still good. It doesn't matter. My real opponent is here. Hey, you just erased my existence, didn't you? You just did, didn't you? Who knows? Krulsifer laughed one last time. Ha ha ha, the moment of rest is over. His legs went into attack position. It's time for the carnage to begin. Krulsifer lunged straight at Belange. His sword was aimed at her head, but Belange reacted fast too and pulled out her golden halberd on her back. Swing! A loud sound of metal against metal echoed in the environment filled with screams by the ghouls. Lambert ran after Krulsifer was trying to break Belange's legs using his body. He aimed at his enemy's back, and slashed. Chaotic cut. In the shape of an X, a light appeared and impacted against his back. Krulsifer, despite being cut, received no damage. He turned in Lambert's direction, kicked him. His leg was so long that he was able to hit him without any problem. Lambert flew straight into the wall. Belange used magic power, but he still couldn't push Krulsifer back. Krulsifer stepped back to taunt Belange. The strength of not just one, but 2 experienced capture targets fighting were nothing to this monster. Come on, he said as he stabbed his sword into the ground. Give me your best shot. Belange was annoyed to see how he mocked him. Don't mock me. She marched her axe towards his chest. Using magical power to strengthen his muscles, he decided to ignore the threat. Earth magic, great pillar of pain. The golden blade touched the ground and rock stakes grew towards Krulsifer. Krulsifer himself was shocked. His body was pierced by the stakes. But there was no damage. The sharp points snapped as they touched the toned body. He was thrown upwards, falling straight into the ghouls. While Belange ran straight towards Lambert. The ghouls approached Krulsifer. He raised his big hand and with swing, wiped out a large number of them. The ghouls stopped biting or fighting the guards and focused on the larger opponent. Without feeling the slightest interest, Krulsifer allowed himself to be bitten. His body was bitten almost entirely by the ghouls. His teeth, as he tried to force himself, broke. He clicked his tongue. TCH. Even these guys can't hurt me. From the moment he acquired that body, he always wondered one thing. What does it really mean to be strong? That question was very coarse and broad in meaning. But for him it was meaningless. He was very strong, so much so, that he could kill this whole city without a problem. Even vampires like Quinqua would be pulverized by his hands. But why did he want to be strong so badly? To surpass Gerhardt? If so, that dream would be impossible. But something else was motivating him, though he didn't know the reason. Once he had killed almost all the ghouls, he threw himself into the bottom of the arena, making the ground tremble. Lambert was already recovered from the blow and Belange was in attack position. His black eye looked longingly at his opponents. You too, show me that confidence you were so proud of before. He ran straight at his opponents. Belange also ran, Lambert thought as he pointed his swords. I hate to admit it, but that kick he gave me, it was just a stretch. If he had used a real serious kick, it would have killed me just the blow instead of the impact. I don't want to say it, but I have to cooperate with this guy. Lambert ran in the opposite direction than Belange to attack Krulsifer from behind. Come on! Krulsifer shouted as he raised his sword and Belange used the golden edge of his halberd to intercept. Swing! Swing! The blows of the sword and halberd resounded so loudly that the ground shook. Lambert attacked from behind. Krulsifer's back was taking damage, but nothing was happening. While in the front, Belange was using all her strength to repel the attacks. This guy is too strong. With each blow that avoided his halberd, Belange recoiled. Lambert couldn't do anything either. I'm cutting him, but there's no blood or anything. What the hell is his body made of? Belange and Lambert started sweating. Belange was thinking about his duel against Razel. Even that guy wasn't as strong as this guy. At this rate, the same thing will happen to me. Belange remembers his defeat that time. It was the first time in his life that he was angry at his weakness. He didn't blame anyone. If he lost it was because he was weak and Razel stronger. Although Razel's body didn't seem to be as much of a threat as his appearance. Belange recognized that it had great strength. For, the blow he received that day, was strong enough to knock him unconscious for several days. Even as a child he trained with rocks and trees. The blows he received as a child were insignificant compared to that blow Razel gave him. After waking up, Belange knew what happened. A monster attacked them and was defeated by two people. He felt ashamed, deep down he wanted to be strong enough not to lose again. He shouted as his weapon went straight for Krulsifer's face. It happened what was going to happen. Krulsifer made just a little force, and the halberd's edge broke into pieces. Then Lambert's swords did the same thing to him. Krulsifer was getting a little serious. His right hand moved and hit Belange's stomach very hard. This caused blood to come out of his mouth and go flying straight into the wall. It was only a split second that all this happened and Belange lost consciousness. Lambert stepped back looking for another sword. But Krulsifer stopped him. Using the back of his sword he slammed Lambert to the ground. Then he lifted him up with the tip of the sword and threw him against the remaining uncracked wall. His large steps came towards Lambert as he swung his sword playfully. Is that really all they can do? Come on, I'm serious, is that all? They're weaker than ghouls. In the game, Krulsifer was that strong. Lily's presence was a great help in preventing the outcome from happening. If she were here, it would certainly be a battle of attrition. They really let me down. I wanted to have a good battle, but I just had a waste of time. The raised sword came down at high speed in Lambert's direction. Krulsifer smiled as he saw that there was no trace of his enemy left. But his smile was erased when he saw that there was no trace of blood nor a body, much less. He didn't understand what was going on, until he noticed a certain sweet smell in the air. He turned around, and noticed a mysterious figure holding Lambert. Krulsifer was not at all surprised by this. He thought it was another intruder who had good speed. His sword moved in a sideways direction to slice him like a ham. But something happened that he never thought possible. The mysterious figure caught the sword with his fingernails. It only made a little force and cracks appeared on his sword. After a blink of an eye, the sword broke. Krulsifer was puzzled. He didn't know what happened until he noticed the mysterious figure approaching towards Belange to leave Lambert there. He was wearing a yellow sweatshirt, of medium height, his pants were grey and the kind you would wear to work out. The figure turned and removed his hood. Krulsifer observed who this mysterious being was. He wanted to make a mocking face at the knowledge. A woman? Really? That it was a girl. And not only that. Her hair was black as night, she had animal ears, as if she were a dog's, her eyes were golden like a gold coin. Her hair was tied in a ponytail that reached her hips. Her fluffy tail was hidden on her body. She let it out to wag from excitement. She looked uninterestedly at her opponent and walked over to him. Krulsifer wanted to ask, "What the hell is a woman doing here?" But before that happened, the girl raised her fist towards the stomach of this man of monstrous stature. Everyone's reaction would be laughter. Krulsifer trained his body to the point that his muscles and bones were so hard that not even fire or steel could hurt him. So why was he making that face? It was what everyone wondered if they had seen him. He, known as one of the strongest men in this country. The one who hardened and trained his muscles and bones to resist anything. He was showing an expression of pain. His eye was bloodshot. His mouth opened and he spat saliva. The girl's fist was buried in his stomach. It looked as if her hand had sunk into a balloon. The girl wasn't just any demi-human. She belonged to the strongest race of all. Not even tiger men were a match for her clan. Belonging to a race of battle wolves. The only known survivor. She, Leela, came on someone's orders. Amy Onisama asked me to come. Leela is here to kick the ass of everyone who will become a threat to the master. What was she doing here? Chapter 40 Underworld, 2. Claudia and Sophia were running through the streets. Their breathing was heavy. They were barefoot too, so their feet were bleeding. A few minutes ago, a group of ghouls entered the slave store. They started attacking everyone. They were able to escape because a ghoul opened their cell, and because of their size they could escape. They ran as far as their legs could carry them. "Oh Oni-chan, my legs hurt," said Sophia, who was forcibly carried by her sister. "Run, Sophia. Mom is not with us to save us. We must run away from this place while the chaos is going around." Claudia was also tired. Unlike her sister, she hardly ate. Food in the slave store was scarce. She always gave Sophia her portion and she ate a few crumbs. Payment for her kindness was costing her running. "We must escape as soon as possible. If we stay here, we'll either die for those things or stay in that tower like the others." In the slave store there were several children like them. One day, almost all of them left. Someone bought them. They were saved only because they caught a cold. The buyer wanted healthy children without diseases. They never saw those children again. "Kaya!" Sophia shouted as she tripped over a rock. Claudia fell too. She wanted to get up, but couldn't. Her legs prevented her. "Get up! Come on!" She shouted to herself to stand up. A dry sound she heard. Turning to look, they observed a ghoul that was once an adventurer. It opened its mouth to approach the girls. Sophia hugged her sister tightly. "Mom!" Claudia began to cry too and call for her mom. just when all seemed lost for them. What do my eardrums hear on this grotesque night? A couple of beautiful damsels crying because of a repulsive being. Loud footsteps began to echo in their direction. More ghouls began to approach. A cloud covered the red moon. The mysterious figure arrived in front of them and said, "There is nothing to fear, mademoiselle, your night is here." The cloud finished crossing, and a man in shining armor was reflected under that red sky. His hair was fashionable and short. Like his eyes it was light blue. He drew his sword and began to pose. "How dare you terrorize these ladies with your gruesome faces? I, the Knight Protector of Women, Lucius of Erzberger household, the Saint of Beauty, I will defend them." Just as he said, this guy was a sword saint. But there was a mistake. He is the Saint of Mercury, for that is his magical attribute. But it wasn't fancy to say, so he changed that name himself. One of the pay capture targets, Lucius Erzberger. A very popular game character with women. It was because his designer was a very famous one in the BL community and his voice dubbed was a half Japanese, half Korean pop singer, which made his sales ridiculously high. Male gamers who played that Otome game did not complain despite having to listen to his comments on his route. It was due to their excellent stats and parameters in combat. Even the Lily of the game didn't talk to him much, since she didn't allow him to do so either. So, the best annoying ally they could ask for was him. Claudia and Sophia had panicked faces, not because of the ghouls, but because of him. "Oh Oni-chan, a really weird guy is talking to us. Don't look at him, he looks like he will help us, but don't look him in the face." Lucius didn't hear anything they said. They weren't the only ones to tell him that. The Imperial Palace even does it. A few days ago he was sent on a mission to go and stay outside the palace for a long time. But he finished the mission very quickly. It was more due to the knights who couldn't stand him. Even his own family, being the heir, didn't want him. They suggested excuses for him not to spend at home. Even some adventurers like Gladys avoided contact with him despite being surrounded by ghouls. It was preferable to hear the sounds of monsters than their annoying words. In this world, unlike the world Razel came from, Lucius wasn't at all popular. "Disappear! Beautiful court!" Lucius shouted his attack. A crescent made of mercury shot out from the edge of his sword and cut the ghouls like a hot knife in butter. The ghouls died instantly as the mercury absorbed and disintegrated them. This was only the minimum power he possessed. Lucius combed his hair before turning away. "Ladies, you mustn't have any more, the ghouls have." He couldn't finish his heroic dialogue as the girls disappeared. Wow, what fast girls! The fear of being devoured was so great that they prioritized their lives and could not thank me. Sounds good to me. Lucius elegantly and repulsively moved his white cloak. He walked around making annoying noises with his armor that attracted ghouls. He cut them down without musing his hair. Then after a while of cutting ghouls, he visualized in the distance two figures on top of a building. One of them seemed to have received orders. He moved at great speed. He jumped between the buildings. Lucius saw it and said, "Obviously that's an enemy. In the name of Erzberger household I will eliminate you." Lucius took a great leap and approached the mysterious leaping figure. It seemed to sniff something, as he watched Lucius approach. "Don't get in my way." It told him that before giving him a hard slap on the cheek. The blow was hard enough to send him flying straight into a building. A group of ghouls were entering the slums. People had nowhere to go. But Lucius, who was unconscious, knocked down the building which hit the ghouls. Unwittingly, he became a true hero. The mysterious figure said before continuing to jump. "Amy Onisama gave me this mission, I will kill you if you come near me again." A sword saint was defeated without his opponent knowing about it. "Why am I spitting blood?" Krulcifer was on his knees spitting blood. Even he didn't understand that reason. What the hell happened? He looked up and saw a girl with animal ears and tail in front of him. It was her. She left me in this state. Krulsifer stood up. His legs were shaking. But the anger he felt was stronger than any sensation he felt. I'm going to kill you, bitch. Once he stopped shaking, he pointed his finger at Leela. I'll rip your head off. He stomped his foot and ran straight at her. His big footsteps echoed in the place. In a split second, he was half a meter away from her. Leela didn't even look at him. She only turned slightly and her leg hit Krulsifer's calf. Gaia! A scream of pain emanated from deep inside her. It was real pain. What he had forgotten. Leela hovered around him in a disinterested manner. Hey you! What the hell did you do to your body? She said, looking at him sternly. I can tell your body underwent severe transformations. Something was done to you, wasn't it? Her words were true. Krulsifer remembered to be strong. One day some mysterious men appeared. They told him that if he wanted to be stronger, he should eat some red pills. He didn't know what they were made of. But he wanted to be strong, much stronger than Gerhardt. Days passed, Krulsifer's body was growing in an unimaginable way. In the end, a few years passed and so they managed to create the pills that the important members of the Black Crows use. Unfortunately, they have not been able to succeed in obtaining Krulsifer's power. Because of his strength, Gerhardt appointed him as Lord of the Underworld. If he won 4,000 fights as the undefeated champion, he would be allowed a duel against the Night King. This was his 4,000th battle. The victory of this duel was everything to him. Nothing else mattered to him. On this day, his wish would be granted. Don't fuck with me. He stood up and his muscles began to contract. I am the supreme champion. I am the one-eyed tyrant king, Krulsifer. And a vile bitch like you won't make me. Shut up. He couldn't finish his sentence, as Leela leapt up, and with a flying kick, sent back his jaw. He spat blood and was sent flying straight into the wall. The stands could not believe their eyes. Even Lambert, who had one of his eyes open. What's going on? A semi-human girl out of nowhere was beating the crap out of the king of this place. Once again, he stood up, only this time. His skin was turning red. You've had enough of me. Krulsifer was releasing his magic power. A great amount of magical power was shaking the earth and the air. Leela was just watching him without interest. Leela was in charge of rescuing these two, after I was left waiting for the master when he was done. As if I cared. Krulsifer's body was so red, it could be called a demon. Ah! He screamed at the top of his lungs as he ran towards Leela. He raised his big left fist and buried it in the ground. Leela jumped back from her position without taking her hands out of her pockets. Observing that she dodged it, he madly threw punches. Ah! Left. Right. Large amounts of blows at high speeds. Leela dodged it without even paying the slightest interest to her opponent. It seemed as if she was dancing in slow motion because of the natural and advantageous way she was dodging the attacks. The large hands rose and fell together. He thought she was crushed, but then he noticed how something similar to a feather flew close to him. It kicked him lightly and he fell to the ground. He had lost 2 teeth. As he fell to the ground, Leela said to him, "My clan specializes in combat. We live to fight. We sleep thinking about how we will fight tomorrow, and to die fighting is our greatest desire. You are not strong. You're just a piece of garbage that got big. Leela hates parasites like you." Hearing that word parasite, Krulsifer had a memory. A boy was alone. He was in a bed. He was so upset, he ran straight at her, throwing punches everywhere. Leela hit him lightly with her hair. It was hard enough to leave a scar. Again he fell down in pain. Krulsifer was losing. He was being too serious against a girl who didn't take him seriously. But he got much angrier and his muscles grew. He was getting ready to explode into a frenzy of madness, but... "You're so annoying. Leela hates annoying people. Quickly running towards him, Leela threw a combo of destructive punches at him. To his stomach. To his pancreas. To his ankles. His abdomen was taking a lot of punishment. His fists were sinking into her body. Leela delivered a spinning flying punch to his jaw. Krulsifer spat blood, but the punishment didn't end there. Leela grabbed his head and her knee embedded itself in his face. His nose was broken and several of his teeth came out. The undefeated champion fell to his knees. He looked like a living corpse. Leela swung her arm back. Her sharp nails were ready to tear. Let me kill you like a warrior at least. She quickly moved her hand straight to Krulsifer's chest. She sliced through skin, muscle, tissue, and bone like butter. Her hand went straight to his heart and began to squeeze it. Leela squeezed Krulsifer's heart like a sponge. She could feel the blood stop and she wanted to have a heart attack. But, there was something else that amazed him. It wasn't that he was defeated by a girl, but something else. In the sky, in that beautiful red sky, a figure was falling. Unbelievable. Krulsifer watched Gerhardt, the Night King, the ultimate existence of power he knew, turning to ashes as he stretched out his hand. It was there, where he remembered it all. Krulsifer was a reincarnate. In his previous life he was a child suffering from a degenerative disease. Medical science advanced so much that they could cure almost any modern disease. But diseases that are inherited are very difficult these days. He was in bed all day long. He watched through his window other children play with joy. But he who was also one, spent in bed. At the age of 18, his end came. He had one wish. He wished he could walk like everyone else. Only that innocent wish crossed his mind before he closed his eyelids forever. Some time later he woke up in a mud puddle. It was in the slums. He remembered nothing of his past self. Nor much less that his younger sister was playing an Otome game near him to keep him company. The main character was a girl, but she told him if he wanted a proper name for a good laugh. He said, Krulsifer. A cross between my haircut and my taste for secret societies. That was the first time he smiled heartily. Time passed and bad things happened to him. Some time later, he changed his name to one I didn't know and then he was called the One-Eyed Death. Then came other names. In the end, the question of what it meant to be strong. It rolled around in his mind. Having his heart being crushed, he understood his mistake. What's the point of having a second chance if it ended badly? With those words, Krulsifer's heart was crushed and he fell backwards. Before his eye closed, he watched Gerhardt turn to ashes and mutter, even kings fall. Glad to have seen that even the smug get what they deserve. With a smile on his face of satisfaction, Krulsifer dreamed forever of a good place to go. Chapter 41 Pleasure Palace, 1. -40 minutes before the Vampire Queen's resurrection. This is the best they can do? PFF. We would have come any day then and not waited for today too. I was telling CID how easy it was to infiltrate this place. But something weird happened. My face was sinking against the wall and then I was looking at the buildings in a strange upside-down position. I understood it a bit after I saw a sign of head. I screamed inwardly as I looked ahead to watch as I approached a building and was no longer in the Black Tower. I was going to die no doubt, but I'm not that kind of background character to die in the final battle and not survive. I quickly activated my Hawkeye and God of Lightning speed to avoid death. My eyes were searching for a route where I can propel myself and not end up as a scrambled egg. My hands and feet were giving a slight boost on the rooftops due to the intense speed I was going. I had no idea how instead of descending I ended up going higher until a large red building was approaching. I could only shield myself for the impact that awaited me. Bang! A loud sound echoed in the place accompanied by a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. I coughed while still clinging to the falling wall. I stood up and wiped the dust on my clothes. After a while, my eyes opened. At a great distance I visualized the tower I was in a few moments ago. This sucks, now how do I get there? I said out loud without meaning to. Something I didn't notice was the light surrounding me. I turned around as I was planning to apologize to the people in this place. It must be a hotel, so I will offer my apologies Japanese style so they will spare my life. I would be angry if a flying bastard destroyed my wall, so I was a bit terrified. Before I crouched down in a doxa position, I heard some strange comments. Viscount Clover. NNN it can't be, the Viscount has. You murdered the Viscount. My stomach felt a slight churning, it was the same feeling that happened to me when I ate too much and clogged the toilets. But now it was different. As I looked around, I was surrounded by a large group of men in suits and women wearing exotic clothes. Further down, there was the hand of an overweight man peeking out. Hi! That sound because I accidentally killed someone. It was an accident. I proceeded to run from the place straight to the exit. Pleasure Palace was the location where Razel was located. An intruder appeared. The place is half the size of the Black Tower. The interior is identical to a 5-star hotel in Los Angeles. There were beautiful girls in various rooms doing their job. On one of the higher floors, a group of men were closing a deal. Viscount Clover, an obese man, was closing a purchase. The owner of the place was smiling. The purchase was successful. Just as he stood up, the wall behind the Viscount broke and fell on him. A strange boy was there. He fled as would a driver who ran over an innocent person. The boss of the place shouted, "Catch him and kill him. If anyone finds out what happened because of his escape, it will be the end of us. Bring me his head. Warn everyone." An employee nodded and ran to a telephone on the wall. He called all floors and described the fleeing subject. Everyone was getting ready for the hunt. The owner of the place went to another floor, was called by his subordinate, but ignored him. The owner of the place came to a dark room. When he opened the door, there was only darkness, but a shadow was touched by the light. "What's wrong?" said a voice in that darkness. The owner of the place's hair was disheveled, but he didn't care. "An intruder killed an important customer. Go and kill him. You have security, don't you? Why don't you do it yourselves? Don't be an idiot. He somehow broke our security. It must be someone sent to ruin our business. The Black Crows sent you because part of our profits go to them. So get off your ass." The figure in the shadows opened his eyes. 2 black holes were staring at the owner of the place. "I'm interested in how you infiltrated, but if it's no big deal, I'll go back to training." The figure was touched by the light more clearly as the owner stepped aside. A man was upside down on the ceiling. His feet were on the ceiling. As he released his toes, his body fell in slow motion. He was a very tall man, went to a corner to grab a gun, and said, "Let's see if you're worth it." I started running as I was being chased. "Come back here, you brat! Don't let him get away." The people in this place were very angry with me. They were chasing me with their rifles and swords. Some were coming towards me and I was dodging them. Instead of going down, I was going up because down there were these guys. One guy with 2 swords was chasing me. Since they are not my enemies and I did something wrong, I couldn't kill them. His anger was natural. I was running and screaming like crazy. But then, a strong tremor happened. The guys chasing me fell down, but not me. I used that opportunity to climb up and hide. I climbed floor after floor until I seemed to reach the last one. It is possible that there is a hidden elevator here, as I doubt they could walk that many floors. I opened the door using so much force that it popped out. Then, in that darkness, a faint red light illuminated the room and I gasped. In there, instead of finding an elevator, I found a person. A beautiful girl was on her knees looking at the moon through a window. Her skin was white as snow. She had 9 tails. Yes, 9 tails and ears. The ears were pointed and long. She wore a modified traditional blue kimono. The skirt was a mini skirt, showing her plump thighs covered by white stockings. Her hair was long, reaching down to the floor. It was white as the moon. The tips of her tails and ears were blue. Her eyes were sapphire blue. They shone with a light that could be compared to Eli's ruby eyes or the color of a lake like lilies. But what struck me most was not her innocent, youthful face. It was something else, something that caught my attention from the moment the light shone on her. On her breasts, 2 huge fleshy fruits rested. They were so firm they looked like ice cream in cups. They were as large as Barbara's. Undoubtedly an exotic beauty. The odd thing was that she had a chain around her neck. Such an accessory was disgusting on a huge-breasted beauty. I asked her name. "What is your name?" She, in a slightly doubtful tone, answered after looking straight into my face. Yukihime. That name was undoubtedly Japanese. But the pronunciation was beautiful. From the way she said it, I imagine she uses the characters for snow and princess. A snow princess like her hair and tails. Very beautiful indeed. "What are you doing here?" I asked her. She said a little shyly. "That's a strange question." "You mean what am I doing here?" "Well, it's strange to answer since I've lived here for 20 years. "Hey!" I said in surprise at that crazy answer. She looked at me as if she didn't understand what I said. "Is it strange? I came here together with my vassal and I have been in this place waiting for my owner." "Are you my new owner?" "Owner?" I took a look around. She had luxurious things, but they were just generic basics like paper, toothbrush, hairbrushes, and sheets. This was the good life of a prisoner. I forgot for a second where I was for a second. Behind me I heard voices. "There he is. Get him." I looked at her briefly. She looked at me the same way. Her beautiful eyes were tired. I asked her, "Do you like it here?" The guys in the back were getting closer and closer. She turned to the window and looked carefully at the moon. Without turning to look at me, she said, "I accepted my destiny a long time ago. No matter what it was, since I have no place to go, no family to wait for me, and nothing to live for." They were getting closer and closer. "Kill him." They were meters away from my back, but I didn't care. I opened my mouth and said, "If you have no reason to live, no place to go, let alone care what happens to you from now on." A light shone from the ground where I was standing. "Would you like to come with me? At my side, you will never suffer hardship, much less feel loneliness." She turned to look at me with startled eyes. They immediately grew bigger because of what I did. In a split second, I beat the crap out of all these guys. Their heads were smashed in and their necks were broken. I don't care about the lives of those who are my enemies. I won't show mercy to anyone, unless it's a woman with big breasts. In that case I will look for the solution to avoid killing her. Yukihime had a strange glow in her eyes. "Knight, Sama." "Knight? Well, the Emperor appointed me as one, but not that I really care. I'm an upstart nobleman really. Will you come with me? There are other women like you who are happy and you can be happy too if you wish." I held out my hand to see if this girl wished to be part of my harem. Was it wrong to use an opportunity like this to get more women? Fuck those who say yes. I am a selfish being. I don't help anyone unless it interests or benefits me. I feel no remorse in doing so. In my former life, religions and politicians took advantage of that. Thanks to whoever is upstairs, I can prove that everything they said is bullshit. Yukihime looked confused. She looked at me and then at the moon repeatedly. In the end, she agreed in a tender way. "Yes. Please release me, Knight-sama. I won't say anything about it." I reached over and put my hands on the necklace around his neck. I put a lot of force and destroyed the collar. It hurt a little. "Nah, Bullshit. I don't feel pain anymore since that day. Now that she was liberated, I acted like a playboy in a game. I took her hand in an affectionate way and gave her a kiss. Let me check around, it would be bad if there are more guys like that around here. Yes, please take care of yourself. She was cute and she cared about me. She reminded me of Lily in a way. I headed down the hallway and showed a happy idiot face. I got a new lover. Her breasts were as big as Barbara's. Now I got a feast, no, a festival of huge breasts all to myself. My joyous moment of lust did not last long. For in that split second, my right eye became aware of an invisible saber heading towards my face. It was the equivalent of a blink of an eye. If I hadn't seen it, my head would be on the ground right now. But I made it in time. I crouched down as if I were doing squats. Then came another invisible saber over my head. I activated my Hawkeye from earlier. That's why I could see that phantom blade heading for my head. I managed to dodge it by moving to the side. After taking cover, I heard a voice. It's amazing that I dodged it not once, but twice. I thought it was a fluke like a sneeze, but it looks like you actually saw it. My respects. When the voice stopped, a strange mirage-like silhouette was happening in front of me. A man was formed from head to toe. His clothing was too similar to a ninja, but he had shoulder pads and other equipment of a mini samurai armor on his limbs. His mouth and nose were covered like those bank robbers. He had a diagonal scar on his face, running from his forehead to his nose. His skin was tanned and his eyes were small but menacingly black. His hair was completely slicked back and was dark purple in color. The man introduced himself. Good evening, I am the second strongest of the Black Raven Special Forces. Helmet of Despair. My expression darkened with anger when he said that name. Black Crows, you said. Yes. Do you know them? I took the special ring Amy made me and put it on. Of course. They're my enemies, I hate their guts. In fact, I already killed one of your friends months ago and several of your bosses. When I put it on, a black shadow covered me momentarily. Then it disappeared and I became my alter ego. The one that was born to hide my presence so that no one would discover me. I am the light that shines in the most intense darkness. My existence is a necessary evil for this world. My hand is a dagger that exists to purge the darkness of this world. My entire body was dressed in jet black. My hands wore special gloves. A long hooded cloak and a mask on my face. I am your greatest enemy. Licht is my name. I introduced myself in a very cool way, waiting for his reaction. But this guy said, "Boy, what are you playing at?" I let out a ridiculous hey. Because of what he said. This guy not only believed me, he seemed to be making fun of me. Are you licked? Don't think me foolish, kid, you're not a killer, your eyes tell me you're just a kid playing at being one. I was speechless and looking like an idiot at what he said. Playing? Me? Playing? Don't fuck with me. I'm totally serious about this. He still didn't believe me and even averted his eyes from me. I thought you were a threat, but you're really just a kid playing. My mistake, it must be because I've been in the dark all day and haven't seen any light for hours. I was starting to get irritated since I wasn't playing. Without meaning to, I stepped out of my role and shouted. You say I'm playing, don't fuck with me, I'm totally serious about this. He still didn't believe me, in fact, he turned away. I'll turn a blind eye, so go home to your mommy. Go now. I got so irritated, but so irritated, that I didn't realize I kicked him at high speed. The guy didn't even move. But, in a split second, half of his body was pushed aside. Imagine someone standing next to you and the instant you take your eye off, they're now on the other side. That's what I felt before I buried myself in the door I broke through. Once I got out, I just stared at him. He was really looking down on me. What are you doing, kid? Hurry up and go home. I'm not a kid. I'm Razel, I'm licked. This time I moved my right fist with electricity, the hand turned into an electric blade. It was rapidly approaching him, this time I couldn't dodge it, but... Kiri no Jutsu, Kyoka Suijutsu. With those strange words that reminded me of an anime, my hand pierced his skull. It was my victory without a doubt. Where are you aiming? Immediately at the sound of his voice, I turned around and he was in the same position. He hadn't even moved. What happened? I stepped back and analyzed what happened. What the fuck happened exactly? The situation was strange, but I didn't care what he did, I only cared about killing him. Again I headed towards him, but this time I used lightning speed. God, the name is too long, I'd better shorten it. I know. From today onwards I will call it Raijin. Unlike the previous one, the name written in kanji is shorter. Once again I activated my Raijin and went to pierce his skull. But it had no effect either. The bastard was intact. Again I did it again, and again, and again. Every time I seemed to cut him or pierce him, it appeared on the side. I was starting to get anxious. The guy would explain to me as he pointed his finger up. If you were a real killer, you should understand that an enemy you can't defeat, it's advisable to run away and look for information on his weakness. That's the basics of the basics. Something I didn't notice, was that in his hands he was holding a Japanese katana. It had a mirror on one side. It was red in color with a red handle and a white edge. He observed that I saw his sword and said, "Finally you notice it. How slow you are, this sword is an heirloom from my clan, I am a foreigner. Several years ago, my homeland was destroyed by a country. That's why I had to change my name to live here. I am the last existing Sendo master. What you call foot style, for us it is part of our training." He walked towards me, and before I knew it, he was in front of me. "You're not a killer, you're just a kid playing at being one. I can smell the iron stench of blood on you, but that doesn't mean you are one. A butcher kills every day, but that doesn't mean he is a serial killer or a genocide." I couldn't react as for some reason I was dumbfounded. "Stop playing games and react for once, kid. The world of adults and the darkness of this world is none of your business." He kicked me hard and I climbed out of a window. As there were no buildings nearby, I ended up falling straight onto the roof of a building. Before I fell, I watched as ghouls entered the streets of this district lit by natural red light. But I didn't have time to worry about them. I activated my Raijin and fell roughly, but on two legs against the roof. I made a loud clatter. I looked up to think about how to climb up. "Kiri no Jutsu, Mikyo Shisui." I heard his voice again. I didn't know where it came from. But what I could see was that the edge of his sword cut my face. Fortunately, the mask was made of slime and spider queen web. It took the damage and nothing happened to me, but it was destroyed. It was the first time, no, the second time this has happened to me. The first time was months ago. Now it was the second time I was facing an enemy that could hurt me. But I don't have time for absurd worries. The Vampire Queen's resurrection will come soon. As my Raijin was still activated, I activated my Hawkeye and resumed the attack. The bastard only moved slightly, leaving a silhouette that vanished after a few seconds. It looked like a computer effect. This style of footwork is superior to yours. It consists of using the sendo to distribute internal energy to the bottom of the feet for perfect balance. My punches and kicks were far surpassed, I was actually the second strongest of those guys. The only one who can keep up with me perfectly is Vasago, the strongest of them all. "Kid, if you were really a threat, they would have sent that guy after you." I ignored him and decided to use a stronger attack. Lightning Palm. My right hand glowed and a large electrical discharge in the form of a jet shot out at him. He deflected it with his sword. For some reason, he looked annoyed. Did you use an attack that came directly from your body?" I didn't answer, I used more electric clapping. It reminded me of a game the way I threw the jets of electricity at him. Each and every one repelled them and his discomfort increased. Those attacks really come from your body, you're not using natural energy from outside to create them like me, are you? I have no idea what he was talking about. So I used another attack. Lightning magic, electric wheelbarrow. I gave a few light kicks in the air and started to create friction to give a sensation similar to flying. That was possible because the electricity coursing through my body created small explosions in the air that gave me momentum. I did a full spin and threw my lightning palm attacks at him. He looked at me and said, "Kiri no jutsu, tsukuyomi." As if in slow motion, his hand with his sword came down and turned around like the hands of a clock. The attacks were repelled and he was heading towards me. But I didn't care and rushed towards him. I was going to use the same thing I used with my duel with Lambert, but he stopped me. A strong kick came to my stomach accompanied by the words, "You fucking idiot! You're a big asshole kid!" He sent me flying away and I landed on a nearby roof. Before I woke up, a rain of blows fell on me. Do you even know what you've done? Do you? Do you have any idea what you're doing to your body? You're destroying your limiter. No. You destroyed it a long time ago. The beating was so tremendous that we broke the roof and fell floor after floor until we reached the first floor. He grabbed my shirt and threw me out. Then, he came over with a big leap and attacked me from above. Kiri no jutsu, tsukuyomi. It looked like tiny blades of a sword approaching. My body was hit by something and I spat blood. I could hear in the distance how a group of ghouls were approaching, but this guy's voice resounded more. The limiters are to prevent humans from doing crazy things. Just like putting your hand on a stove, you remove it because your nerves send a sensation to the brain warning of harm. But you know what you did, don't you? You understand what you've done to your body. I didn't care what he said, instead I started to get irritated and became more ruder than I was. You've totally destroyed that sense. I got on all fours, a current of electricity coursing through my body. You can't feel pain anymore. It doesn't matter if you break your arm or break a finger, the pain will never come back to you. From my position I watched as the tail of my cape began to glow. The worst thing you've done is to have external energy coursing through your body. My arms and legs were covered with a light blue mesh that became an armor of electricity. You are killing your own body. It is impossible for the human body to generate electricity from within other than the small nerve discharges sent by the brain. The way it adapted to my body, it was like the limbs of a cat. Even on my hood, signs of ears appeared from the electricity. In my previous life, I liked cats, perhaps it is for this reason that I named this form as God of Lightning Speed, Phase 2. I looked at him and he looked a little sad. Your body is slowly getting poisoned, I could feel it. Your heart is not beating in a normal way, it is likely, you will die tonight of an internal stroke from the calcination of your organs. Wildcat. Shat. Even if I have to die, I will finish off my enemies. Chapter 42 Pleasure Palace, 2. Sometime after I reincarnated in this world, I discovered that I was in terrible physical shape. So, I ran. I ran as much as I could. I ran so much, but so much, that one day I couldn't run anymore. Something was missing. My magic attribute was electricity, so I could do things that only in anime I could do. But the problem was my body. I couldn't do anything with these limiters. One day, I watched a cat run across a rooftop to a higher building. Seeing that gave me an idea. If I adapt my running form to another? That took a lot of strange things to think about. In the end, it was a success. The problem is that to do it, I have to change my consciousness to that of a cat, then I have to act like one until the end. That's why this phase 2 is really troublesome. Razel was on all fours like an animal. Helmet looked at him quizzically. You've certainly thrown away your humanity to now mimic an animal. Helmet's expression was dejected, while Razel's was that of an angry cat. Shat! Razel said in his cat mental state. He stretched his body like a cat and propelled himself forward. A beam of light streaked through the streets. It was passing through the ghouls at high speed. He propelled himself against a building and climbed like a rocket straight up. Once he had reached the top, he gave the air a sharp zigzag. He was coming straight for Helmet. But he didn't hesitate. Kiri no Jutsu, Kyoka Suijutsu. Residual multi-images of him appeared. They all headed straight to attack him. An aerial battle began. Razel attacked with his claws and Helmet intercepted them with his sword. Razel attacked all of Helmet's residual images, but they were all mirages. Kiri no Jutsu, Mikyo Shisui. Helmet got behind Razel using a thick fog. He cut him down. But there was no damage. Razel's coat withstood the damage inflicted and that surprised Helmet. Razel turned around and threw an electric cat-shaped palm. Helmet dodged it by leaping into the flying body. Razel fell to the ground and then Helmet came over. An electric paw came up and blew off one of his shoulder pads. Helmet backed up and took a few steps backwards. Razel came out of that hole and as he was getting into position to attack. Puh! He spat out the equivalent of a liter of blood. Helmet watched as the blood came out like an open hose. It seems that using that ability worsens your organs. You can see how your insides show symptoms of rejection for what you do. The bleeding stopped and Razel staggered a little, but then his bloodshot eyes saw him. Helmet was getting ready to resume combat. Razel marched straight at him. Helmet activated his Mikyo Shisui. But this time, the effect was different. Razel's mouth opened and then Helmet, who was standing to the side, watched as Razel changed direction and now aimed at his face. A few of his hairs were pulled out. How did he do that? My presence should be erased in its entirety. My mist attribute should erase my existence in its entirety. But he found me easily. It should have been. Helmet's thought was cut short when trying to escape. Razel followed in his wake. Now they both jumped into a building and went inside. It was filled with ghouls. Helmet erased his existence from them. But Razel followed him and tore the ghouls apart as he ran. He pretended to jump by breaking a window. Razel jumped, his head searching for his enemy. Helmet used that opportunity and attacked him from behind. But how? Razel disappeared. Helmet inadvertently commented. That was Kyoka Suijutsu without a doubt. How did he? Helmet's cheek was kicked by two glowing legs. The force of the impact was enough to send him several meters into the street. Blood dripped from his forehead. A cloud of smoke enveloped Helmet. He shook it off and did not find Razel. Where? Once again, Helmet couldn't process what happened. A heavy blow came from the right. He was thrown against the wall, but couldn't make it as a kick from the other end came. As he reached the center of where he crashed, a kick came from below. Helmet was thrown into the sky. As he went up, his head was scrambled. How can he make fun of me like that? It's impossible for something like this to happen. I would never. An object came out of a cloud of dust heading rapidly towards him. Seeing it, Helmet understood everything. I understand at last. This boy has copied my movements. Helmet watched several residual images of Razel approaching at high speed. This brat has learned the sendo just by seeing me. Razel's eyes were bloodshot, sparks flashed across his corneas. When he activates his Hawkeye, the result is that everything slows down. And, if a person made a quick movement, he could watch in detail what they were doing. As he always had his ability activated, he watched carefully what Helmet was doing. To activate the Kyoka Suijutsu, he needs to release his magic power and mix it with his element. The same for the Mikyo Shisui. Razel was using a quick, improvised version of those techniques. But as he did so, electricity coursed through his body at great intensity. It was there, where Razel's heart stopped. He was about to touch Helmet. Razel had a heart attack. His heart was beating twice as fast as the average person. For that reason, the blood traveled faster, causing by the electricity coursing through his bloodstream, small signals of red blood cell deaths were generated. Razel rarely expelled blood, but it didn't bother him. Today was the worst negative effect on his body. It all happened the day he saved Lily from a student. That day, he lost his sense of pain. If he had, in his battle against Lambert, he would have noticed that his body had small bruises from the blows of trees and stopped. But he didn't. Razel was pushing his body to its limits. Today was when his body could take no more. He fell to the ground and a loud sound echoed. His eyes rolled back in his head. Helmet fell as well. He was more injured than he expected. He looked at Razel lying on the ground. It was a good fight, kid. But you lost it the moment you pushed your body to its limits. Power is something you get, not something you are born with. If from the moment you were born you didn't get power, it's because your destiny was none other than Badump. Helmet looked at Razel quizzically. As he took a step, he heard a sound that should be impossible to hear normally. Badump. It was a heartbeat. Badump. Badump. Helmet watched in amazement, as Razel's chest inflated and lowered as if he was blowing up a balloon. Badump. 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 The sound was getting louder and louder. It was getting louder and louder. A faint blue glow emanated from his body. Helmet drew his sword and hurried towards Razel. The inside of Razel's body was not emanating magical power, but pure electricity. Razel, moments after his heart stops. He intensified his nerves so that they would send a signal to the heart to beat strongly. Gradually, a great amount of energy surged through his bloodstream. After a moment, Razel stood up. He shouted with all his might towards the sky. Helmet was reaching for his throat to cut it, but Razel quickly grabbed his hand and sent him flying in the direction of the building. Helmet looked like a test dummy in the air. Razel manifested a magic circle on the ground and then jumped straight at him. As he stood in front of Helmet, a shower of pain from every possible direction fell upon him. He was beaten mercilessly. The last blow went straight into his face. He was sent to the opposite side from where he should fall, but Razel kicked the air and rushed towards him, grabbing him by the legs. As if he were a spinning top, Razel spun Helmet around until he dropped him straight into the pleasure palace. Helmet destroyed the wall. The interior was being invaded by ghouls. Some of them were crushed by the debris. Helmet was embedded in the wall. His internal organs were severely damaged. Someone entered through the opening of the building. The ghouls were closing in on him. They were instantly torn to pieces. Helmet watched that figure approaching. His body was unresponsive. His right arm was twisted and the only one that could barely move was his left. As he pulled it out, the strength of his grip lessened and he released his sword. Razel was approaching with his eyes shining. Helmet spoke to him with his voice cracking. Even if you kill me, that would not make you a killer, you are simply trying to force yourself to become one. Razel was getting closer and closer, his hand was glowing. As someone who lives in darkness, I can recognize someone who was born to be an assassin. I don't know what motivates you to force yourself to be one, but there's something I can tell you, kid. Cough. Helmet's mask was filled with blood. His gaze was tired. There are two types of people who live in darkness. Those who were born to it, and those who had no choice to escape. Helmet remembered his past. He was a warrior from a royal family of a Japanese-style country. That country was only a prototype that never saw the light of day in the game. That is why only a brief introduction to it was included. Helmet, who at that time had another name, lived in peace protecting a princess. In that country it was normal for semi-humans and some humans to live together. It was a small but pleasant country to live in. The princess of that land approached him who was meditating in the garden. Hey, why do you spend all day meditating? My grandfather said that it is rare for warriors to meditate all day when they are not monks. The warrior laughed. That's because I'm not just any warrior. I am a follower of the Sendo, so I need to use the natural energy of the environment. The little princess did not understand what he said, so she summarized what he said. The magic element enters my body, and thanks to that I can use the Sendo. It is not as easy as it seems. It requires a lot of meditation to enter the zone. The zone. It's something like a phantom state where your body reacts before your brain. The little princess opened her mouth in amazement. Helmet laughed. It had been quiet days until that. An attack from an enemy country. The royal family and the palace similar to the Edo period was burned. The princess was crying over the corpse of her parents. Helmet had a scar on his face. It was caused by a man in red armor. As she saw him take off his helmet, his eyes widened in surprise. It can't be, you are him. Solomon van Bellew, the Dark Knight of the Ideal Empire. The man had white hair and red eyes. The Empire was supposed to have a zero aggression pact because of our taxes. The white-bearded man said. His Majesty recognized that they are no longer needed. Therefore, they will be eliminated. A huge black sword rose into the sky. Helmet, instead of attacking, prostrated himself as a sign of begging for forgiveness. Please wait. I beg you to have mercy on this child. She is innocent and does not deserve to perish like us. The red-eyed man saw him and said with a smile. How about a deal? I came accompanied by some guys called the Black Crows. They are friends of His Majesty. As you are the only one of these guys to give me a fight and not die, why don't you prove your loyalty to them? Helmet looked with horror at the man, then his gaze in that sea of flames turned to the 6-year-old girl crying over some corpses. How long would it be? I should ask, but maybe 10 or 20 years at the most. They need a lot of help since there's a kid who discovered a wonder for those guys. All right, I accept. Helmet lowered his head to him. Years passed, and he became the second strongest in that organization. Today was the 20th anniversary of that moment. Razel's hand became steady as a saber and aimed for Helmet's heart. He quickly parried it. But with the force Razel used, every second it was to penetrate his muscles all the way to the bone. Helmet's face showed an expression of pain. I'm sure you must have a reason to lie to yourself, but kid, you know. Lies are bad. Gah. One day, when you look in the mirror, you'll find nothing but a monster. Razel's hand managed to pierce his muscle and now entered the bone. Helmet's heart was in his grasp. The expression on his face was one of utmost pain. But not for his own, but for Razel. What's with those eyes? From the look in your eyes, I can tell you're starting to waver. Razel paused for a moment, his eyes staring at Helmet. Then, footsteps were heard coming down some stairs. Razel's hand opened. Turning a corner, a girl saw them. It was Yukihime, who was a little beaten. Seeing her knight, the first thing she did was to call out to him. Munikata. Helmet didn't even turn to look at her. He just smiled. Live happily for all of us, Yukihime-sama. Razel threw a lightning palm and Helmet's heart was pierced along with a part of his back. Razel withdrew his hand. Little by little, Helmet's corpse fell until it touched the ground. Yukihime covered her mouth as she saw her knight on the ground. Razel saw her, approached her, and Yukihime stepped back. For some reason, Razel was silent. He turned around and said to her. If you want to escape, let's go. He walked to a staircase, ghouls were approaching and he cut them off. Yukihime was sad. She walked up to Helmet and took out a toy hairpin she had. Goodbye Munikata, even to the end, you always tried to protect me. Standing up, she ran to hug Razel's back. I'm sorry about before. But I was scared. He always took care of me here, but today when I found out I was going to be sold. He was planning to ambush me and get me out of here. Those guys called the Black Crows were watching us until today. But thanks to the riots, he won't have to make a plan to get rid of them. Yukiheim hugged Razel tightly. I am a guardian in the shadows. My only goal is to end the future suffering that will come in the future. Therefore, my hands stained with the blood of those in my path, are a path to the happiness of all. From her position, Yukiheim didn't understand what he was saying. But, a mirror reflecting Razel's face, showed a strange shadow in his eyes. Razel and Yukiheim reached the subway. There was no other way out. The exits were crowded with ghouls and people fighting. Razel didn't care about them, so they were on their own. Razel lit a torch and they walked in that dark alley. After a while, they found something strange. In many cells were slaves. They were men, women, and children in chains. Yukiheim said to Razel. Knight-sama, can you release them? Razel was silent briefly and then he cut the cells with a beam of light. They entered each cell to cut the chains of the slaves. After a while, they were all freed. Razel said to Yukiheim. There's a draft in that direction, so there must be a way out. I'll look for another one that will take me to the tower. Knight-sama, Razel handed him the torch and then went straight to the dark tunnel. Yukiheim didn't look at the ground. If she had, she would have noticed red spots coming from Razel. Razel was marching to his fate. Chapter 43 Resurrection. Cid fell to his knees. He wondered what happened as blood dripped from almost all over his body. His breathing was heavy. What did he do? Across from him, Gerhardt was seated. He was looking at Cid in a disinterested manner. Cid was trying to stand up, but an invisible force was hitting him. He fell backwards and spat blood. Then, the coffin that was sealed opened. A mummy should be in there, but whoever placed a hand outside to get out was a beauty. A beautiful woman with white skin stood up. She was naked. Her hair was as red as blood and covered her entire body. Her limbs were long, so she was very tall. Her ears, like those of the other vampires, were pointed. Her leg moved to get out, but she stumbled due to how weak she was. Gerhardt approached her as he spoke. "Ah, mother, I was waiting to see you all this time." Cid was trying to stand up. Since the vampire queen's resurrection was successful, Gerhardt was only 2 meters away from her, but then he disappeared. Cid was speechless as in less than a blink of an eye, the man in front of him was gone. What he did notice was that there were 2 holes in the place. Through one of them red light from the moon was coming in. Gerhardt was meters away from meeting his mother. Unbeknownst to him, an unknown force impelled him out of the tower. When he realized what happened, he was falling. He reacted in time. From his back, bat wings made of black-colored blood manifested on his back. He watched the tower from the outside. Then, a voice came from behind him. "So you're the famous Night King, are you?" Quickly, without changing his expression, he looked above him at a floating woman. Her dress was dark blue and shone brightly in the night. Her blonde hair was as long as it was beautiful, but even with that long hair, she couldn't hide her elven ears. Her radiant crystalline eyes looked at him as if he were an insect. She crossed her arms under her large, exposed breasts before speaking. "There are many things I want to ask you, the first of which is, have you seen a handsome black-haired boy in there?" That woman was Amy. Amy was asking Gerhardt as if she were the owner of a company inquiring about the balance of overall sales. Gerhardt rose to stand above Amy before answering her. "Was it you who ruined my meeting with Mother?" Amy looked at him the same way, but repeated her question with discomfort. "I asked you if you saw a black-blooded magic, blood bad." Gerhardt interrupted Amy by casting a high-level spell. His vampiric ability was to use his own blood. Gerhardt could manipulate his blood vessels, arteries, and anything that is a conductor of blood from his body. From his body, a large amount of black blood, as if it were clotted, came straight out to Amy. It trapped her in a prison made of black blood. A large black cube of 20 square meters was the prison. It was getting smaller with each passing second. Gerhardt watched the prison shrink, turned around to go back to his mother. Then, I heard that vampires were aristocrats with the best education. Maybe that education was nothing more than self-conformism? Since you're not educated, let me teach you manners, when a lady speaks. The prison began to expand like a balloon, then. It's a man's duty to listen to her. It exploded like one. The black blood was falling. Gerhardt just moved his head a little, using his index finger, the falling blood rose to form spinning spears. Black blood magic, bloodlands. The black spears were spinning at high speed approaching Amy. She watched without interest. Her hand raised and then. It seems that an animal will always be an animal, even if it dresses like a man. Various purple magic circles appeared near her. Small winged spheres came out of those circles and small laser beams shot out. The arrows were instantly destroyed. Gerhardt raised an eyebrow. Amy seemed to have caught his interest. This time both his hands pointed at her. Black blood magic, Fledermaus. From her body various blood vessels came out which joined together to form a dozen huge blood bats. They all surrounded Amy. Gerhardt analyzed that she was a hindrance to his plans. A woman is no match for me. No, the proper thing to say would be that a puny elf is no match for a vampire. You filthy tree worshippers may compare with us in our longevity, but your life expectancy is barely a small fraction of ours. You will never. A popping sound interrupted Gerhardt's dialogue. It was half of his body being disintegrated by a beam of purple light. A blue vein was marked on Amy's forehead. Her hand was raised, then she snapped her fingers. Disappear. With those words, all the red bats were destroyed by the purple spheres. For the first time in several decades, Gerhardt showed an expression of confusion on his face. He watched his body regenerate and then Amy in small intervals. Then that day popped into his mind. It was the day when the country the vampires lived in was destroyed. They lived in a human kingdom for centuries. Gerhardt at that time was 450 years old. Vampires can live up to 1,000 years without aging. And since they practice incest, their blood not only does not get contaminated, they also do not age. The human kingdom they lived in was one where they ruled from the shadows. They hated the light, so they created a special suit that prevents sunlight from touching them. On the night of their birthday, they were attacked. A man in red armor with horns destroyed the castle where Gerhardt and all the superior vampires were. That night, he met defeat. He activated his awakening and ended up without limbs. Quinqua was his vassal, but even his right hand lost half his head dodging an attack. The one who did it came by order of the emperor. He was the demon knight. As they escaped, Gerhardt watched as his relatives were slaughtered. They hid in the surrounding area. When the sun rose, the vampires who were not killed were tortured in the sunlight. Gerhardt watched as his wife and children were burned alive. Hours before the attack, his brother-uncle told him that they found his mother's coffin. They called her mother as she was the progenitor of all vampires. There were other progenitors, but they were related to her. From that moment on, Gerhardt had the idea to restore her to the glory of the vampires they lost. They were attacked by the cattle they used. Such a thing was unforgivable. Then Gerhardt together with Quinqua, went to a place called Duchy Granville. Years passed and finally the long-awaited night came. He was happy. The reconstruction of the vampires wasn't a dream. But, intruders attacked his castle and then killed his right-hand man and now a mysterious woman prevents him from meeting his mother. Such a thing, just thinking about it, made the black blood that ran through his veins, the product of hatred sown for several years to form a poison so powerful, it was harmful to his body. One day, he gave a sample to the humans to see what happened. He wanted to see if it mutated or twisted. But he got something else, something unexpected. What was poison to him was an elixir to them. Then, as if it were a deal between seller and buyer, Gerhardt and the Black Crows became allies. The black blood totally obscured the whites of his eyes. It was a sinister scene. His mouth was twisting with anger and his sharp teeth were growing like his fingernails. His long hair was bristling, and from the bottom of his heart, he cried out, "I will not allow you to interfere with my mother's resurrection." Hundreds of arteries and blood vessels burst out of his body. They coalesced to form a dragon. Black blood magic, blood drach. The blood dragon chased Amy. She fled. But it wasn't because she was weak. Amy came up with one thing. Let's play with it for a while. I wanted to use it as an experiment, but I dislike seeing it. Amy flew straight to the White District, where all the nobles were. Some guards observed a woman flying, but they couldn't believe their eyes. Due to the low altitude she was flying, the dragon that was chasing her destroyed the wall that separated her from the other district. Debris was falling near people and buildings. Amy was approaching Granville Castle. The dragon opened its jaws and tried to swallow her, but she only dodged it. As a result, the dragon was sweeping away buildings and people with its mouth. Amy didn't care about the lives of humans. That was because of her past. She didn't remember much, she only remembered how she was in a dark dungeon with her mother. She saw her mother being a plaything of the guards. She wasn't being touched as someone ordered them not to. Amy's heart was filled with hatred. The day she was rescued by Razel, she thought about stabbing him. But because of the kindness he showed from the beginning, she felt warmth. She cried into his chest as it was the first time she saw a trace of kindness other than her mother's. The blood dragon was sweeping through the small town. It would say straight for the castle, but she stopped him. It would be bad if you razed that place to the ground. My reason for coming here is because of that place. The glowing spheres near her joined together to form a wall. The dragon approached and then was crushed by the wall. Various amounts of blood fell like meteorites in the surroundings. Explosions and screams echoed. Amy was very proud. The reason for that was because she was stronger than anyone. Her magical power was superior even to Lily's if she faced her. No one could stop her. Amy didn't understand why her magical power was so great, but she didn't care. In that sea of flames, a woman floated. She was responsible for bringing this tragedy upon them. She was just like a witch. A witch of calamity without a doubt. Amy could take over the world even if she didn't follow the story of the game. But Razel-sama must be in this place without a doubt. Since it is our mission to save the world. Amy loved Razel so much that she didn't think of anything else but him. One day they wrote letters to each other since he was studying. She wanted to see him, but she was working under her alias Monica Gramhart to make money for him. Only Razel wasn't getting that money because he never opened his correspondence. The money was piling up and no one was claiming it. In the distance, she looked at Gerhardt annoyed, decided to annoy him more and went flying quickly towards him. She was a lady, but she could also be very brusque if she wanted to be. One of the glowing spheres was placed in her fist. Its fist was headed straight for Gerhardt's face. He activated a spell followed by another spell. Blood magic, blood magud. And black blood magic, Schwarz's Fallbeil. D. A black-colored Iron Maiden appeared to catch Amy, then a huge guillotine manifested. As she was lowering the guillotine, the Iron Maiden was destroyed and the guillotine caught by a hand. Amy was unharmed, looking at Gerhardt with a look of superiority. She then came at great speed towards his face. Gerhardt was trying to activate a defensive spell, but to no avail. Amy threw her fist and it was completely buried in his face. Gerhardt lost a few teeth and was thrown flying straight into the pleasure palace which had a mysterious blue shimmering glow. But Amy wouldn't allow it. She quickly got behind him and another big blow hit him. His spine was destroyed with that fist. Now he was flying straight for the slums. Amy again came up and from below gave him a strong hook sending him straight into the sky. And again. Another hook came. They were above the clouds. Gerhardt's body was bruised. Amy slowly approached him. And like a candle going out, he let go and he fell straight down to the slums. But Amy wouldn't allow it. She felt no interest in the lives of humans. But as someone who lived in seclusion for many years, she felt a little empathy for them. So she activated an oversized defensive spell. When Gerhardt fell, the circle caught him and looked exactly like what happens to an insect when it hits a window. A large black spot was on top of the circle. Little by little it regenerated. Gerhardt's appearance was no longer attractive, let alone human. He looked like a chiropteran in every sense of the word. His ears were so large that they almost made him look like an elephant. His arms were longer and his fingernails grew into claws. His jaw stretched a little and he looked at Amy in a sinister manner. He flew away from her, flying close to the tower. He was meters away from her. But a defensive circle appeared and prevented him. Amy was behind him. Her face indicated she was bored. "I've had enough of these games. I'm going to end this. I no longer care that you are a key player in my research on that pill. I'll kill you right now." Amy's hand was pointed at Gerhardt. But he decided to use all his power. "You don't underestimate me, you filthy elf." He raised his hands to the sky and said, "Ultimate black-blooded magic, Gross Blutzen. Come to your monarch, my minions." Then, all the vampires located throughout the duchy, along with the ghouls, began to turn liquid. Screams of agony could be heard everywhere. This was the summoning, a game skill he used. This is a spell used by a superior vampire that turns others into vampires or ghouls. He would give a command for everyone to give him their power. Above Gerhardt a large black sphere formed. It grew to the size of a small planet. Amy saw that and her expression didn't change. Her hand remained the same, she even yawned. With all his might, Gerhardt boasted. "This is the ultimate power of the Night King. No one has ever taunted me like you did. I'll grant you the honor of tasting the ultimate power of the Night King. In human terms, this is level 6 friend. Ha ha ha, I'm unstoppable." "Absurd," said Amy, interrupted Gerhardt's victory dialogue. A small magic circle formed. A laser beam was shot straight at the sphere. It began to crack into small pieces and after seconds it was destroyed. As if it were glass in slow motion, Gerhardt watched his ultimate ability shattered. This time his expression of disbelief. His eyes moved to see Amy say, "That was magic level 4. A few weeks ago I managed to go even higher. Now try 1% magic level 8. Purple magic circles formed in front of her and for the first time she recited a spell. Gaia's magic, wrathful lightning. A small thunderstorm was shot straight at Gerhardt. It didn't last more than 3 seconds the event. He was electrocuted to the point that his regeneration was useless. At the end of the punishment, Gerhardt looked like a burnt cookie. His mouth was open. He was slowly turning to ashes. He was falling like a leaf on an autumn night. Staring at the red moon without being able to complete his mission. A crystalline tear was running down her cheek. "I wanted to bring back the glory to our race. We, vampires, have no place to live. Humans have looked down on us even if we did nothing. What's wrong with living as we please? Humans are just like us in using their own, but we vampires don't discriminate against our brothers. Mother, sorry for not fulfilling your dream. How annoying you are, just die already." With those words, Amy launched an electric attack much more powerful than the previous one. Gerhardt was destroyed in a jiffy. His body turned completely to ashes while his heart slowly faded away. The Night King and his subordinates were destroyed. The Lawless City no longer had a ruler. But someone still remained. Having seen it all, the Vampire Queen didn't say a single word. Her gaze turned straight to Sid. He didn't understand what happened, but he tried to stand up. There was no one else who could fight. Then, someone grabbed him and he was thrown out of the tower. He was caught by golden threads. It was Clement who could not enter due to the fact that he was fighting vampires until a moment ago. As the situation was bad for them, he decided to retreat. Cid asked him. Professor, why did you pull me out? We must. What are you talking about? I didn't take you out. I was looking for how to do it and I saw that you were thrown. Cid had a look of confusion on his face. Someone threw me out, no doubt, but who? Then, a face came to his mind. At the same time, someone stood in front of the vampire queen. Her blood-red eyes watched that person without interest. She opened her mouth and said, "Are you the one who will grant me my wish?" Yes. She made for the first time an expression. It looked like joy. Then, please, grant me what I desire so much. Her hair covered her body. Some kind of black leather armor suit covered her body. Boots with heels on her feet. A red cape on her back. A crest of a cross over her large breasts. She was the queen of vampires. Astria Gerbera der Trueblood. She looked longingly at the person in front. Tell me your name. The person opened her mouth and said, I am Licht. It was Razel without his mask. And I have come to kill you as you wish. The final fight in the Lawless City, between Razel and the Vampire Queen, had just begun. Chapter 44 I Am 1. In the game, when the 7 deadly sins fought against Lily's group, the only one of them who had a mysterious ending about her reason for becoming one of the Demon King's generals was her. Astria. She mentions a dialogue, but due to the sounds of explosions, her last words could not be understood. But there were players who were so curious that they would dig until they found out what she said. They couldn't ask the voice dubber as it was in her contract not to reveal anything. Then, one day they found out thanks to multimedia advances. Her last words were, "Thank you for killing me." Astria wished to die, she was the sin of sloth. Dying was her wish, but no one understood why. The academy in the capital. Students and teachers were on the campus and the terrace of some buildings to watch the moon. Eli-chan. Here. Lily had set up some chairs, a table, and a microscope to observe the moon. Eli came running over with some snacks in her hands. Sorry I'm late, but there were too many people and I couldn't get close. She placed the snacks on the table and they both sat down. Lily commented curiously. I wonder what that red color meant. Who knows? Today we'll try to find out why it turns that color, ha ha ha. They both laughed innocently. Unaware that in another part of the country, a battle was about to begin. Razel was looking at Astria in a threatening manner. He felt a curiosity about her wish. Why do you wish to die? An immortal being like you should consider dying as a taboo. Right. Her mouth moved and she spoke words that shocked him. It is painful, to live. Every second I spend alive, it hurts. It hurts to remember everything I lived through and what I know. If that's so, why don't you kill yourself? She smiled slightly and brought her hand straight to her heart. She stopped inches away. Razel watched as a black shadow emanated from her body. In the game that was known as the essence of the deadly sin. You see? This is what prevents me from fulfilling my wish myself. So. Astria moved into an attack position. Shall we begin? She launched herself straight at Razel. He got into attack position as well, but instead of fighting, he fled. Astria arrived in a split second as he dodged it. Standing a distance away, she threw a lightning palm. The attack was a success. But she didn't have a scratch on her. She quickly made her way to him. Their eyes met. How about this? Every time you give me a hit that causes me to regenerate, I tell you a bit of the truth. It's a good idea, isn't it? Her hand went to his body. Progenitor blood, cursed thorns. A small red spot appeared on her palm and then turned into spikes that pierced Razel's body. Because of his clothing that can reduce the damage, he didn't suffer much impact. But the pain was intense. He shot straight up to the ceiling. Using electricity, his feet glowed and he lay motionless there. Astria jumped up as well and began to destroy the roof. With one long kick she swept the entire top. Debris was falling all around. Astria fell to the ground, but didn't find Razel. Just after she took a step, hands came out of the ground and caught her. She was pulled straight down. Razel lured her here, and launched a barrage of blows. She wasn't covering herself at all. The bruises caused by the intense speed and power were healed in a matter of seconds. They went through the floor, and the next one, even the next that. Using his feet, a swift kick hit her in the head, sending her crashing down. As she hit the ground, he grabbed her by her legs and just as with helmet, spun her around at high speed. She looked like an electric tornado. He threw her against the wall and she flew straight into a building. But Razel didn't stop there. He got into position and flew out of the place. His feet kicked the air creating small explosions. The small bolt of blue lightning was approaching with intensity. He punched it in the face and then another. He brought his hands together and a big punch hit her. She fell to the ground like a meteorite. But Razel wasn't going to make it easy for her. He too went down and used phase 1 of the lightning speed god. As he fell to the ground, he threw the vampire queen into the sky once again and used Kyoka Suijutsu unconsciously. Razel's clones were beating her up. But Astria didn't change her expression despite the beating they were giving her. What happened? It was Belange who was asking that since she had just woken up. Beside him was Lambert looking in a certain direction. In that direction was Krulcifer's smiling body. They were all gone due to the ghouls disappearing. Even Leela. He stayed there because he lost again. Not because he cared about Belange. Then, a rumbling shook the place. Lambert looked sideways quizzically, then an intense blue glow in the sky appeared. As he tried to see what it was, some silhouettes were there. One of them, the blue one, made him remember something. The image of Razel beating him up came to his mind. He grabbed his head and said, "No, that can't be true." The lights in the sky disappeared and another tremor was there. Razel threw the vampire queen against the ground. The blow was so strong that they destroyed the subsoil, falling into the foundations of a subway city. Astria fell in a way that her legs split open. Bone popped out of her skin and then went back in to regenerate. Razel was falling straight at her. She dodged it by leaping backwards slightly. This time it was phase 2 of the lightning speed god. Dropping to all fours, he lunged at her. Astria dodged it by dodging to the side. She was on her side with her fingers embedded in the wall. Razel saw her and threw himself against the wall, opening a hole. Astria saw it and said, "Those movements are not human. Did your body receive an alteration? Or would it be more like you destroyed your limiter?" Razel was shot straight at her, opening another hole. Astria saw it and said nothing. She ran in reverse. Razel was chasing after her. They jumped back and forth. She was running away from a big cat. Then, she got stuck in a wall. No, actually it was a huge pillar holding up part of the surface. "Oh!" she said, and Razel approached at high speed with a claw-like electric palm and pushed it until it destroyed the pillar. It wasn't just that one. All the ones that followed it were destroyed due to the great speed that was used. On the surface, the grounds were falling and sinking underground. A great commotion occurred. "Run!" Yukiheim, who was running away with some slaves, shouted. Behind them buildings were collapsing. While in other places, "What the fuck is going on here?" Belange was carrying Lambert on her back, who couldn't move for some reason. Krulcifer's body was being dragged through the foundation straight into the black pit. While at the Pleasure Palace, Helmut's corpse was falling straight into the same pit and being buried by a cross-shaped rock. Just like Krulcifer, they received a strange burial. And near the slums, Claudia and Sophia were running. Behind them a large crack was approaching. Just as the crack approached their feet, Hold on, girls. Gladys ran out of an alley and held them both like they were dolls. Some were not so lucky and were arrested by the landslide. Almost 1/3 of the duchy was destroyed by a tremor. Or so they thought. Then from the ground a red beam of light followed by a blue one emerged. Approaching almost to the sky, they collapsed. The red light was struck by the blue light. Being at a considerable distance, the red light said, "Progenitor blood, blood beast." While the blue color said, "White tiger." A red dragon manifested in the air, while a large blue tiger with white stripes approached straight at dragon. Both touching each other exploded. Combined red and blue meteors were falling all over the duchy. Explosions here and there. They even came close to people. But a huge purple shield mysteriously protected them. The impact was so strong that the shield seemed to have cracks. Then, the blue light zigzagged and hit the red one with a strong kick, sending it straight into the black tower. Razel was quickly approaching as well. After arriving, he moved in to hit it with a powerful attack, but something happened. Puh! A large amount of blood was spat straight at her, only a drop landed on her cheek. On Razel's body, one of his kidneys exploded from the overload of energy. He fell to his knees and touched his stomach. Astria saw him and said, "You made me regenerate with that last attack. Well done. Let me tell you what I know." As he agonized, she told him the truth. "First of all, the world you know, is false. This world is actually a faker." Razel wasn't listening to what she was saying because of his inner pain. "When I was a child, me and my sister were part of some experiments from a country known as the Republic. Unlike what my eyes see, in that place everything was so different and white in color. It was a place known as the Republic. Everything was amazing compared to what I see. But that wasn't all, that place was in conflict with the true owners of this world. Creatures known as primordial dragons. It was there that Razel finally reacted. He looked at Astria, who was still telling him the truth. Humans and dragons were at war, that's because they, the humans, invaded their world. What do you mean by their world? She pointed straight to the sky. Just as I said. They, the humans, came from the stars as I heard. Razel opened his eyes at such madness. Something like that is already surreal. It's even impossible to think of the first humans as spaceship colonists. Astria showed an expression of surprise. Oh. So those flying ship-like things are called spaceships, hey. She seemed to know it was a ship, but mentioning a flying one, made Razel's head go into confusion. This is an Otome game world. Isn't it? Why is she talking about something sci-fi? Humans certainly are strange. Magic power is something of fantasy, but it's because there's mana in this world, not because they were created by humans. I figure you must be thinking what I'm saying is weird, right? Let me tell you some more real truths so you can understand me. She pointed to herself and then to Razel as she spoke another unimaginable truth to him. We progenitors, we are creations of humans. The humans who ruled that white place, they told us that the higher-ups ordered them to create warriors who could not die easily. The early prototypes were long-eared beings. They were also the pioneers in developing an incalculable bug known as magic power. The magic element already existed, but humans could not use it, only dragons. Because of that mistake, the high humans declared all-out war on the dragons. Such an event caused much of the planet to be destroyed, and the corpses of the dragons expelled a toxic substance that made most of the planet toxic to human survival. But the humans, they wasted no time. They built a dome according to what Epstein was telling me. Then, Astria remembered something else. It was a room in an operating room. She was on a table strapped down with her limbs immobile. A person in a white coat with a badge, with Epstein's name on it, was approaching her. He was telling her that everything was going to be all right as he pulled out a power saw. She laughed. Truly, what an unpleasant memory, but more unpleasant must be that you found out your ancestors were actually experiments by bastards. Now you know a little of what I know, but... like I care. Razel said after recovering and standing up. He balled his fists and an electric current emanated from them. Who cares if this world is the Otome game or not? Who cares that we're actually fake humans? Who cares that there are mysteries shrouding this world? Astria turned her gaze to the drop of blood running down her cheek, took it delicately and tasted it. Then, her eyes widened in surprise after a while. I see, you're a transmigrator, this is the second time I've encountered one. I am Shishigami. Her lips moved to say a word unknown to her. But the moment he heard that, Razel stopped. His face wore an expression of having heard horrible news. His high gaze lowered to look at her, who looked even more quizzical. Shishigami Naoto is your original name, isn't it? Razel then remembered things he forgot. At the same time, Astria's hand moved to point at him. Why are other young people stabbing you? In Razel's head, a memory came. In an ordinary classroom in Japan, a group of young men were pointing at a boy. His desk was smeared with insults, the blackboard too. It was written in kanji and read Shishigami the Ugly. Then, Razel freaked out. The magic power flowed uncontrollably over his body. His blood-soaked eyes saw Astria and he said, if you ever mention that name again, I will not kill you as you wish. Astria made a serious face. I see. So that's what mortifies you, I guess I'm not the only one who wants to die. No, you already died and you're trying to live a lie. They both broke the ground with their magical power and threw themselves into a fight once more. Chapter 45 I am 2. A teacher walked into a classroom. He was reading the list of students. Shiomiya. Present. Shishigami. Shishigami. The professor in a suit and with a big belly raised his eyebrow because of the student who didn't show up. Instead, who responded? It was the class delegate. Professor, Shishigami-kun came to class, but was pulled out by some students. The professor's gaze strayed straight to a group of young men with tan skin and unruly golden hair. You guys again? One of them apologized. Sorry professor, we took our good friend, Shishigami-kun, to the bathroom as he wasn't feeling well. We asked him if it was okay to leave him here since classes were starting. The teacher sighed. Whatever, Naranashuk. Present. Some time later, a student came running up and burst open the door. He was soaking wet, his hair and eyes were black. The teacher, who was already finishing teaching, said, You are late, Shishigami, this is the 4th time in a week, but in a month it is already more than a dozen. Come to the teacher's room later, as this behavior will bring bad name to the school if we don't do anything. With those words, the teacher left. The boy, Shishigami Naoto, was being bullied by several of his classmates. Some girls asked him to borrow money to buy stickers for their cell phones. He refused, and they threatened to report him as a rapist. That was possible because the laws that support women have become so rare that a woman can commit a crime and get away with it. Of course, as long as it is to an average person and not an important man. As for the boys who laughed at him, they were sons of men who are at the top of the country. They are in this expensive school and not an elite one because of their fathers. A lot of trouble they would cause in one where their friends' children are, that's why they prefer this kind of school. They also gave a generous amount of money to the school, so they were untouchable. The boy entered the classroom smelling bad. When he got to his desk, it was gone. It had been thrown out the window. He stood there until a teacher arrived and told him to sit down. But since he had no way to do it, they sent him to see one in the warehouse. During recess, he would sit by himself eating lunch on the stairs where the other popular boys and girls didn't go. When recess was over, he found his new desk stained with offensive comments. Everyone said the same thing, about how ugly he was and even more horrible things. As time passed, the boy lost his life. And no one in his classroom noticed or cared. That boy was reincarnated and got a new name, and that was Razel and Astria were clashing their fists. A great strength and magical power filled the atmosphere. Astria was mercilessly punching Razel. He would cover himself and then strike her without caring about taking blows. Razel was thrown out of the tower, but returned quickly like lightning. He approached Astria and showered her with blows. The blows moved just like thunder, generating a large amount of bright lights that impacted against her. Razel screamed. "That guy is dead, don't mention it anymore." The flurry of fists struck relentlessly, until Razel's body began to show that it couldn't take much more. As he threw his right fist, the muscle in his arm exploded. Like a balloon, the muscle and bone exploded. Razel watched as his arm was in flight. But he didn't hesitate. He grabbed his arm and pulled it back into place. He joined the tendons and bone together using electricity. Such a thing was absurd, but due to the intensity of the magical power in the environment, he could temporarily join his limb. He resumed the blows. Astria was saying to him, "Do you know why you were able to do that? It's simple. The moon is red because the atmospheric layer is filled with that poison expelled by the dragons. The dragons expelled a toxin when they died. That toxin is concentrated in quantities once every 500 years, the proof of that is up there. What you call as a magical phenomenon is actually watching your planet deteriorate at great speed. The only way to avoid that poisoning is to use that tree that they cared for. But it seems that some humans got hold of it. Too bad, you'll see your own end. Who cares, I won't live to see it anyway." Razel's power was increasing as his body took more damage. His eyes were bloodshot. His skin showed gaping wounds. His muscles contracted to the point that cramps generated. As he fell to the ground to jump back up, his calf bone and foot cracked. Razel felt immense pain but didn't care. "I'll end this instant." Hearing him say that, Astria rushed over and bit his right arm firmly. Razel felt as if a very sharp knife was piercing him. She removed her teeth and raised her magic power. A black leftover with red edges manifested. "I want to finish this too. Test my strongest attack. Progenitor's blood." As Razel said. "Lightning magic." He placed his hands together and the electrical and magical energy came together. Every time he put pressure, his body showed more and more signs of destruction. Even tumors began to show. Astria jumped for the moonlight to be her support. "Blood moon," she said, and from a magic circle millions of blood bullets came out forming a small moon. While Razel said, "Ragnarok." A beam of light shot out. That beam of pure energy caused his right hand to begin to blacken. Gradually his body was darkening due to the excess poisoning. They both shouted as their forces collided with each other. The tower was being destroyed with intensity. Razel didn't notice that the floor he was on was falling as the surroundings were destroyed. Only seconds passed and the floor reached the first floor. Astria had the advantage, but her attack and Razel's were mysteriously evenly matched. Then, a small meteor was coming straight towards her inside that beam of light. She smiled. Razel used his first attack to pierce her heart. Lightning palm. Her chest was shattered in its entirety. Then, they both fell. Astria fell first, followed by Razel. Razel watched as blood poured from his body. His end had come. Or so he thought until he noticed something strange. The pain was drastically decreasing, at the same time the damaged parts of his body were regenerating. His black hand was returning to its original color. His wounds were closing. He didn't understand what happened until Astria told him. "Your resolve pleased me. You were willing to die to grant me my wish. You weren't going to do it for the plot but because you really wanted to save me. Right? That's why I gave you as a gift the blood virus, but since you're not a vampire, you can only use maximum defensive status and regenerate wounds as increase your magic power without problems. Razel didn't say anything. She continued. I always longed to see what lay beyond that cell, but the price of that was becoming a monster. Other children like me, I turned them into monsters, because my body possesses the original virus they created, is that there were other progenitors. They wanted to live, I didn't want to be alone. Isn't that a bad deal, isn't it? As time went on, we found that the humans who oversaw the attack I caused created little states to live in called kingdoms. I killed innocents, I rejoiced in the evil way. I didn't care if others suffered. Maybe that's why my descendants believed vampires should be arrogant. I tried everything life could offer, but then one day, my peers said they couldn't take it anymore. Unlike me, they didn't know the truth. Over the centuries they learned that living for more than a millennium was pointless. So, they stopped thinking. They became statues since they could not die. Something prevented them and they threw themselves into the sea. I was left alone. Then, in order not to feel alone, I created my children. Thanks to a human with whom I reproduced, I managed to create the superior vampires, and live in a small place. But the same thing happened to me as to my companions. I couldn't take it anymore. Astria slowly began to turn to ashes. Living knowing that the people you love will no longer be with you despite the fact that you can't die, is the real torment. What good does it do me to regenerate wounds when the pain in my heart won't heal? What good does it do me to live for thousands of years when the person I loved only lived a flicker of my life? Nothing. The real punishment of those who do not want to die and wish to live forever is that. The suffering of helplessness and the misery of regenerating. That is why, human transmigrator, I give you this advice: love your life. To live less than 100 years is the most beautiful thing you can have. The people you love will live with you. New people will come, they will see you die, they will be sad. Like you with your friends and lovers, you will see them die. But you know, they will be with you. Their memories will live on in you and you will live on in others. That is true immortality. That's what I wanted to get, but I was wrong. My older sister died leaving me alone, and being an idiot and accepting its proposal was how it all ended badly for me. Proposal? Razel said, but Astria ignored him. But it seems my descendants misunderstood my wish and did the opposite. It was a good last talk, no doubt. Astria's arms and legs were almost scattered in ashes. Her hair and body were going through the same. The white moon is beautiful, isn't it? Razel looked at the moon, it was still red. Yes, it is. He muttered. Astria was smiling like a child in a candy store. What a pretty color. It's totally different from that bench that only brought pain. There are things I want to ask you. Sorry to say, but the rest of it you'll have to figure out on your own. This world of game is not as you think it is, there are more hidden and sinister things than you think. Like your true enemy. Razel reacted to hearing that. True enemy? My true enemy, who is it? Astria became more and more ashen. I can't say for sure, but, if it's who I think it is. It's Epstein without a doubt. Epstein. That person was responsible for creating me and him. Who is him? I don't know what identity he took, but I don't think he's still alive. It's been 2000 years since that day. But, this I can tell you. The gods you pray to, especially Alexia. Astria's mouth made Razel feel goosebumps. They are not what you think they are. Be careful of them and Epstein. If one day that person gets their wish to open the door, everything will undoubtedly be destroyed. Door? What door are you talking about? Who knows, it may even be ramblings of a corpse. Phew phew phew. Astria laughed one last time as she watched a portion of a wall collapse and slowly fall on her. One last thing, kid, in your case, your real enemy lies in your head. If you keep pretending to be a guardian among the shadows, you'll end up being swallowed by them. The wall was inches away from her, from the bottom of her destroyed heart, she smiled like a child. Guys, I'm on my way to meet everyone now. Oni-chan, I have a lot to tell you. The wall fell on her, turning her to ashes. The remains of Astrea, the queen of vampires, one of the 7 deadly sins. She had died without a doubt. Razel was watching the ashes dance as they rose into the sky. He touched one and said, "Why did it end like this? You could have lived a happy life if you were looking for one. Totally different from Shishigami Naoto's." The last remnant of ash scattered and as he turned to leave. "Hey!" He found Cid behind him. Razel turned into a doodle at the sight of Cid. He was looking for what to say, and when he opened his mouth. "Stop!" Sid's hand moved to silence him. "I heard strange things, I have no idea what you were talking about and I don't want to know. I just want to know this, are you licked?" Razel looked at Cid and said with a smirk. "Yes." "Wrong." "Hey!" Razel said confused. "You're not the criminal named Licht who is wanted in the Empire. You are a weird guy named Razel Bartlett who is my friend who will be a duke. Do you understand?" "I am." "Razel." "Yes. You're Razel, and there are some teachers who saw me, so they'll see you too. So you'd better change out of those weird clothes and lie around unconscious." Cid turned around to leave. "Cid, thank you. What are you thanking me for? I'll make you return this favor in spades, you hear?" Razel smiled and Cid left to talk to the teachers. It was all over. "But... Razel-sama." A voice came from behind him. Razel shooed and looked at who was calling him. "Amy. What are you doing here?" She pinched his cheek. "What are you talking about? It was you who asked me to come in the first place." "Hey!" Razel was confused. Amy pulled a letter from between her breasts. Razel read it and then. It's true. He remembered that he messed up pretty bad. In the letter, Razel was asking Amy for help. It detailed everything he was to do. Amy got the letter very late, she couldn't answer him in time, but she knew he would go. The problem was that Razel was so excited that he forgot that. "So, part of the trouble I went through was for nothing. If only he had waited for Amy for a few minutes, she would have taken out all the enemies with no problem." Masty ear. A girl came running straight at him. It was Leela. Razel was startled, as he had sparred with her several weeks ago. He could see that Leela was stronger than him. That time he beat her was due to her being a bit numb. Leela could simply beat him even if she wasn't serious. Leela was rubbing her cheek intensely. Amy was annoyed. "Razel-sama, you said you wanted my help to get the evidence." "I did. But you put up a fight and ruined much of this place for the sake of it. I could have easily taken care of that woman like I did that weird guy." Razel had 2 spoiled women near him and all he did was, "Let me rest please." The battle against the vampire queen in the Lawless City had ended with the background character's victory. Epilogue, Volume 4. Morning came, a fleet from the capital was approaching, in it were the 3 dukes Razel knew. One of them, Duke Leuenberg, approached Razel and Cid for questioning. They said the same thing they told the professors who had them in custody. "We came to buy." The Duke looked at them with a face that implied he didn't believe them at all. Cid presented some documents, in those documents was Casimiro's plan and other things Gerhardt was planning. Of course, some of it was a forgery as Amy made things up, which happened to be real. The Dukes took Duke Granville prisoner and sent him to the Chamber of Ministers. The Chamber of Ministers. A large room where those who are normally at the top of the country were judged. To the left and right were those with the status of Marquis and Dukes, even the Prime Minister and the Emperor himself. A tall, muscular man with long golden hair. He had his hand on his chin and was looking at him in a disinterested manner. Next to him was a man similar in appearance to him. He was the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister finished reading the report. While the Emperor said, So, Duke Granville, what can you say? Casimiro was sweating. Your Majesty, that's all a vile lie. I would never do such a thing as that, being a duke. Then, the Emperor laughed. His disinterested look changed to one of anger. You think I care? Casimiro was breaking out in a cold sweat. What is written there is what was going to happen. I don't need any more proof. You and that guy were conspiring against the Empire, which means you were conspiring against the Emperor. Against me. What's more? According to the report, there were several nobles linked to the Black Crows. Such a mention caused the nobles who knew about their existence to converse amongst themselves. The Emperor smiled. Arrest them. Knights ran straight to many ministers and officials present. The Prime Minister said. They were investigated for a long time, but we did not have enough evidence. Now it is different, we will not allow more rats than there are, take them away. The ministers and officials were taken by the knights to the torture room. They were screaming in agony for mercy. Now, Duke. The Emperor looked at Casimiro. Your end is one not even worth seeing. Both you and your heir will be executed in a public manner, this instant. But your Majesty, if you do that, there will be one duke less in the Empire. Our enemies will see that as weakness. We have the Sword Saints, no matter if there is one or no duke left. The Empire will be safe as long as they are here. The Emperor didn't really care about the Granville Duchy. That was because originally the dukes and the imperial family were on bad terms. But this was also an opportunity to get rid of not only them, but also those who were poisoning his country. Knights grabbed Casimiro and took him away. He was crying and pleading. Next business. Once the traitors were led to their execution, other people came in. They were the ones who generated the most mystery. The Emperor's angry face changed to one of interest. We meet again, Frog Face. Razel and Cid arrived in fine suits. They knelt. The Emperor said to Razel something strange to many. He remembered his face. Normally, such an event was strange even to the Prime Minister himself, his twin younger brother. Not even his own heir, whom he carried as a baby, remembered his face or his name. The Emperor said. I received a report of what the witnesses said, and tell me. What the hell were they doing there? Razel and Cid proceeded to tell them what they were doing. The same thing they told them all. The Emperor just looked at Razel as he spoke, then. Right. Let's move on to the rewards. He went straight to the rewards. Many didn't understand such a strange act. There were mysteries related to his appearance there that needed to be solved, but the Emperor passed on them. First you, my son. Many saw you climb that tower, so you are the star here of what happened. Your reward will be that the destroyed lands of the former Granville Duchy will now be yours. It is your responsibility for repairs. Cid had a confused look on his face. Now you, let's see. The Emperor tapped his temple as he thought. After a while of doing so, he said with a cheer. I got it, a reward worthy of an emperor. You will be promoted to the 6th highest rank. You're a baron, aren't you? In the game, this was known as Imperial Court ranks. Lily was ranked in the unranked category, where commoners and outsiders to the palace came in. Until a few years ago, Razel's family were a knightly house, so they were in the 7th rank. Now that he was a baron, he moved up the ranks by skipping the lower 6th rank. The ranks served to know who was of use to the empire. Razel didn't protest. The top 6th rank is in the category of an ordinary civil servant. Once they had thanked each other, they withdrew. When everyone left, there were only 3 people left inside. The Prime Minister sighed and said, Your Majesty, what was that? What are you talking about, little brother? Why did you give Cid Kun the duchy? If what you wanted is for the empire to take over those lands, you should have sent one of the uninherited princes or officials. It is irrelevant to us that territory. At the end of the day, all that mattered was that we were able to uncover those rats. The Emperor was aware of the Black Crow's sneaking limbs into the inner palace. But they could do nothing. He could order all the ministers killed. But that would be a nuisance. So he waited for something like this to happen. The Emperor smiled. This CID guy is minuscule to me. I only gave it to him so that no one would notice my true objective. True objective? Said the Prime Minister. The Emperor's mouth moved to say. The one who truly captured my interest was that boy. The frog-faced one. The Emperor personally read the report of everything the witnesses saw. One of them was the one who really caught his interest. A blue glow fought against a red one. As no one had any idea of the Queen of the Vampires, they thought it was the Night King fighting. The Emperor said with a smile. That radiance must surely be remnants of the lightning attribute, which I also possess. As he raised his hand, sparks manifested. But not only that. Remember that years ago I also tried to use electricity to propel myself. Being someone with a great deal of magical power, I couldn't pull it off, but this brat did. Is that bad? Of course it is. He beat the Emperor. Such an act is impossible for it to happen, that's why I know he's hiding something. Is he hiding something bad? I don't think so, just think of all that was involved. Being present at the case of a mysterious murder of the son of a corrupt house, then challenging a prince in the line of succession and other children of important houses. Then fighting a giant beast and winning. After that he became friends with the dukes we have the least chats with. He paid off the debt on a ruined house and became engaged to the heiress daughter. And now he was in a city which was razed to the ground by a mysterious fight and he said it was just a coincidence. Maybe it was one? Cid Kun was there. The Emperor's face was serious, but with a playful look like a child. That boy doesn't have the eyes of someone who would do things on his own. As soon as that frog face averted his eyes to feign fear. Such a thing happens almost every time when someone talks to the Emperor, but he was doing it to feign fear. Guerrera, this is very exciting. How long has it been since someone last caught my interest? I would say it was more or less decades ago when you took the throne. On that same date, he came with you. The Prime Minister's nose pointed at a man in red armor and horns who hadn't moved at all. I want to see what that boy is capable of. What was his name? Razel Bartlett, Your Majesty. Razel. The Emperor smiled sinisterly. I want you to entertain me much longer, Guerrera. Right, what happened to that trouble you've been getting reports of? The Prime Minister sighed. No doubt a big problem will occur since it has not been solved peacefully, a war will undoubtedly break out. The Emperor's face showed a mocking smile. Younger brother, I want you to do this. The situation is really disastrous. A dark room, illuminated by holograms, was the location where the Black Crows were holding an emergency meeting. As you may have heard, the Lawless City has fallen. The members present fell silent as no one knew what to say. Not only did we lose our main lair, we also lost our contacts, the Night King, and most importantly the Duke. In a floating magic hologram, the execution of Duke Granville and his heir. They hung their heads on spears to be seen. Not only that. The conspirators inside the palace are being tortured right now to release information. It is evident that the reason for many of our members not being there is because of fear of being caught or they were silenced. Vasago. A mysterious figure appeared near the central hologram. Yes, leader. Take care of the tattletales. Also, I will soon tell you your next orders. Understood. That's it, go. The holograms disappeared one by one, -1. Except you. Minister Olgren. Olgren, I hear Clover is dead, and to top it off he sold the special medicine Linhard made for us. Yes. I couldn't do anything as I found out too late. The deceased Viscount Clover sold the medicine used by the executives to rejuvenate and gain strength. Those medicines should have been traced. It's unbelievable that for that idiot we had to sacrifice several members and secret bases like this one. Yes. It's too soon for apologies, you were a friend of his. You also got him into the Crown Prince's faction to try to get him on our side. But leader, No excuses, Olgren. We lost a lot in this tragedy, for that reason we won't hold meetings until the Prime Minister leaves us alone for a while at least. Goodbye. The leader left and only Olgren was left. He too closed the hologram. In a room decorated with titles and other important papers, there stood a thin, short, bald man. It was the real Minister Olgren, who showed an evil expression with his teeth. Damn those who raised that city to the ground. Yes, they were certainly the most suspicious of those brats. That prince and that idiot Rosenberg. I'll make sure to destroy them before the year is out. Place where the Lawless City was left. We were given a punishment. We were to help with the repairs. Thanks to the Earth Mages, we don't have to spend months or years filling in the foundations. For some reason, the citizens were helping us. I think they heard that the Granville family was destroyed and were no longer nobles. Their allies are lost, so they fled and are now being hunted like rats. Also, since Cid is the new lord, he has the responsibility to improve this place. Just like the game, or similar to the game. One of the 7 dukes was destroyed, now there are 6 left. It scares me to think that such an event happened as Rosenberg household was also destroyed. Hopefully it won't happen here as well. I was now picking up debris when I found something strange. There was something similar to rubble in the shape of crosses which had 2 guys buried in it. Their bodies were intact, even though they were dead. The dead were thrown into a mass grave and burned. They were those who had no identity, those who were recognized were buried by their relatives and friends. One of the guys I found was a tall, muscular man, the other was the guy I killed. I was going to throw them into the pit, but I kept seeing those smiles on their faces and felt a bit sorry for them, so I dragged them in wheelbarrows and buried them in the hills. Yukiheim was also there since she was technically a slave. Her situation, like the other slaves, is also. She was praying at the ninja's grave while Leela, for some reason, was throwing flowers at the muscle guy's grave. She was here since Amy went home upset, but Leela stayed to help me with the cleaning. Now that they had finished praying, back to work. A hooded person was walking through the destroyed Lawless City. He was collecting samples from the battle. In his hand he held a strange circular device. There is no doubt, this is a great amount of magical power. Someone with great power was fighting here. But who? Then, he received a call. In his trousers, something was vibrating. It was a small device that he placed it to his ear. How did it go? Said a voice speaking from somewhere. No clues or anything to indicate reincarnates. But there is definitely someone strong around here. Reincarnates are of no interest. It's just a mania of mine to think of problems that occur by being present. Let me guess. Do you have any traumas with them? Yes, and many in fact. I'll continue with my research. Please. Report back to me if you find anything out of place. I will. Since we need strong people and I don't know if the locals would be our allies. Goodbye. The communication cut off and the hooded man continued on his way. The second school semester was over. Cid and I ended up in trouble as we not only missed an important day for our academic grades. They also made us take our exams on a weekend. My brain wants to get out of my head. There are a lot of irritating things going on in my life these days. Like discovering that I have a strange vampire virus in my veins. Or that right now I'm sitting and being watched with menacing eyes from my girlfriends. Eli and Lily were looking at me in a terrifying way. Lily's eyes were black while Eli's eyes were looking at me like I was a small being. They told them what happened, obviously. And that's why I'm here. It's amazing what you did, but beyond that. It's what you told me. Slaves have no place in this country. I mean, they're just property and not human. So their lives have no reason to exist anymore. I felt a little sorry for them and told them that if they wanted to, they could come and work in the Rosenberg territory. They were happy to hear the word work and that they would be paid. Eli and Lily were really angry about that for sure. I'm sure you're thinking we're mad about bringing in slaves. My shoulders blanched when he said that. Then they hugged me. It was so weird this. We were mad because you went to do something more dangerous than we expected. She's right, what do you think we would have done if something happened to you? This feeling was confusing. I had a flashback to my previous life. From Shishigami Naoto's life. I would arrive at a dark house and there was no one there. But if there was someone there, it was to criticize me. But this is different. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I said to be forgiven. They stood up and then went into the mansion. There's a lot of paperwork to do, so you'll stay there as punishment for misbehaving. I smiled in a silly way. Even though they said that, I couldn't stay here quietly. Yukihime also came and was waiting for me outside. She said she wanted to live with me as her savior. I hated these clichés. But I didn't care if it happened because if a beautiful girl wants to love me even though it's the first time we met, it didn't matter. It's my life and no one else's. As I went outside the mansion, some men were talking to her. This was bad, she had no papers so they could arrest her. I rushed to her, but... Knight-sama. The men dressed as guards looked at me. I was about to ask what happened. Razel Bartlett, right? Yes, is something wrong? You're registered as an adventurer, right? Yeah. I took out my adventurer's credentials and showed them to him. Nothing bad should happen if they just want to verify that it's me. Right. That's him. Is something wrong? Yes. A war has broken out on our borders and adventurers are being called to duty. At that moment, I didn't know what to say, as my brain froze. War. A frightening word to me. There is no time to waste. We must send you quickly to the guild to board the carriage that will send you to your destined place. Hey! Hold on a second. This is very hasty, This was also an order from His Majesty, that you be sent immediately to the battlefield. Knight-sama. Yukihime was following me. What a good girl. No. This is bad. I don't want to go to war. Damn you, Emperor. Save me, Eli. Lily. Cid. Muum. And so my peaceful days were short-lived as I was sent to fight in a war that didn't involve me, but which involved the villainess of a very irritating event. As a background character, will I survive? Underscore 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 un. Reincarnated in an Otome game as the ugly background character Volume 4 End. Lawless City Arc, End. Side Story Frankenstein Report, 1. This is a story that never existed because it was forgotten by time. No one remembers its existence as it dates back to 2000 years before Razel's current situation. This is the forgotten history of the first generation of humankind. Olympia Republic. It was the location of a laboratory. The Republic was the only country in this world. According to the recordings, they have been living here for exactly 1000 years. A long time ago, colonists left in interstellar ships to find a place to live. Their planet had no contamination and no wars for resources. They simply decided to expand further because of the world's overpopulation. Many spaceships traveled to different destinations looking for places to live. One of them landed on this planet. They settled down and sent a message that they found a place to live. But no one came. As time went by, they forgot about that and started to build their civilization. Everything went well for the first few centuries, but one day, they were invaded by mysterious beings of a giant reptile species that they called dragons according to children's stories. These dragons were huge beings that spat fire, lightning, or poison. The Republic wore power suits better known as battle armor. They were gigantic robots in every sense of the word. Some were 24 meters long, others were over 100 meters long. There were also unique robots known as artificial intelligences. Round spheres with colorful eyes. The fight with the dragons turned peaceful humanity into hostile terrain. They changed their peaceful style to that of warriors. Education for the future as farmers, doctors, or teachers changed to soldiers and medicine to heal the wounded and send them back to fight. Humanity lost 15% of its population in those 1,000 years. One day, thanks to a person known as Professor Epstein, humanity pushed the dragons back, regaining ground and sending them to a distant island. At this moment, that person was watching a monitor. He was playing with his long hair while chewing on a sweet. "Professor, stop playing around and get serious." "Frankenstein-kun, I'm being very serious desu. That weird way of talking makes no one believe you." "Puh. This person is." Professor Epstein was a very childish and strange man. He would go days without eating or sleeping when he locked himself in his room to write new inventions. At these times, he was very bored. He fiddled in his chair even though he was a well-known and respected person. He went round and round making his assistant, who was a fellow student at the National University, dizzy. Frankenstein, a young man with white hair and red eyes, left some documents on a table. A hovering robot used its arms to process the documents. "Tell me how the data is coming along." "There is an 85% probability that the experiment will be negative." "That much?" "Yes. The test subjects would die before the drug takes effect." Frankenstein touched his chin in thought. "The test subjects are negative for testing then. Using animals instead of dragons doesn't seem to do the trick." He turned to look at his superior, who was now blowing bubbles with a toy. He scowled at him and then said, "I'm going to lunch. A human being can't think clearly on an empty stomach. Although I don't think you're human to begin with." Just as Frankenstein was leaving the room. "Stop right there." He was stopped by Professor Epstein, who stood up shouting, "Frankenstein-kun! What was that you said?" "I'm going to eat." "That notisu. You said you're not human, didn't you?" Epstein smiled in a wicked way. Frankenstein knew that smile. "What are you thinking?" He put his finger to his mouth as he walked in circles. "You said I'm not human, but I look like one." "Yeah, so." The smile grew more wicked. "What if we create artificial human beings?" That really surprised Frankenstein. "Isn't that forbidden?" Epstein raised his finger to indicate. "It is. But only on the origin planet. On this planet there is no such law. So we need not fear for such things as creating imposters. We have lost 15% of our population in the last few years. So using fake humans will keep us from losing loved ones." Frankenstein looked confused at his superior and at the robot next to him, who seemed to understand that he was looking for an external response. "There is no violation of human rights or anything similar as the professor says. I can contact the higher UPS to make a video call and suggest this proposal." "Please do." "Understood." Frankenstein sighed as he watched Epstein jump for joy like a small child. 22 years have passed since then. Epstein and Frankenstein have spent 2 decades researching the creation of new humans. Due to technology, people extended their lives because of greed and because they didn't want to die. But eventually the body has a limit to what it can tolerate. The estimated lifespan is 150 years. At the moment, they are both 53 years old. The first process was to open the Pandora's box of forbidden secrets and reveal clones. They were imperfect. By creating them in test tubes, the growth process took 3 days, but their life expectancy was only 2 months. After several imperfects, they used fake wombs. The growth process lasted between 20 to 25 days and a life expectancy of more than 2 years. The clones were forgotten after many failures. Then they used homunculus, beings created in human wombs. Their development was a maximum of 50 days and they lived up to 20 years. The difference between clones and homunculus was that clones were physically weak and homunculus developed a strange pathogen. To go outside, they wore masks with oxygen tanks on their backs. The homunculus also used a strange red crystal, which they called a philosopher's stone, as the core that made up their heart. But it was still inefficient. By now, Epstein was irritated. He was staring in frustration at a 2-meter-long tube with a creature inside. It was a woman. Her hair was blonde and her ears were long. It's a failure. Frankenstein, who was standing next to him, was reviewing some notes. Is it like that? It's a bit strange, yes, but I don't think she's a failure. There were several long-eared women in similar tubes with bright green liquid. I just don't see much to them. I don't think they're any good to us. It's not our business whether they serve us or not. They must serve on the battlefield. I'm going to eat, can I get you something? An energy bar. I'll call you the mad scientist of the energy bar at this rate. A few days passed. Frankenstein came to the room he used to work in. As it was a holiday, he didn't come to work since a week ago. He wanted a break. When he opened the door, everything was dark. Except for a bright spot in the background. He pressed a button to turn on the light, and when it came on, he was startled by what he saw. There were strange images. He could see numbers, like coordinates of something. Also a strange drawing of an eye and some kind of door. Epstein was sitting in a corner looking at a small box. There was nothing inside, just a piece of cloth. Frankenstein knew what the piece of cloth meant. He said nothing, but Epstein spoke to him. Frankenstein, do you know what I have discovered? He didn't answer, as he thought it was a rhetorical question. But he was tugged and watched as Epstein's glowing eyes were red. I've made an incredible find. It's something I never thought possible, in fact, I still think it's a dream. No, it's not. If it were, I'd have woken up and forgotten by now. Do you want to know? Fine, I'll tell you. Epstein leaned close to Frankenstein and whispered. I found the door to our questions. What door? Frankenstein said, as Epstein gave him a terrifying smile to say something that would mark the fate of the entire Republic. The door to something beyond our understanding. Frankenstein's thought sometime later was, if only I had stopped it, perhaps none of this would have happened. Side story code 000A. I was locked in a cage. My older sister and I had long black hair like our eyes. All around me were other children like us. They were in these cages because our parents sold us. Don't worry. They told us we were going to change the future, that's why they bought us, because they needed us. My sister said that to reassure me maybe. The thing is, that day, I heard some men talking to our parents. A door opened, a group of men in white coats came in. One of them had long white hair and red eyes. How are you, my dear children? My name is Professor Epstein, and I have come to tell you that I will be in charge of your transformation. Transformation? Said my older sister. The person called Epstein pointed upwards. I will turn you into superheroes. Hearing that, I was speechless. It was the first time I had ever heard that word coming from an adult. We're going to put you through some tests. They're going to hurt, I won't lie, but those tests are to see what kinds of skills they can gain. Professor Epstein smiled and then we were taken out of the cages. We were taken to a room where there were games and sweets. We could watch TV and play video games. That was the best day of my life. The next day, we were taken to a white room with lots of lights. Professor Epstein along with several people wearing white coats were looking at me. One of them came up to me and injected me with a big needle with a red liquid. As he said, it hurt a lot, but it was momentary. They untied me from the table and asked me how I felt. I sat there for hours and was asked every so often how I felt. So as not to bore me, they gave me sweets and toys. In the end, they let me go after writing down various things. Weeks have passed since we came here. Everything was normal, except for one thing. The number of children was less than I remembered. There was more space than I needed. Everyone was playing happily, even me, except for my older sister. Oni-chan, what do you have? I asked. My big sister was looking a bit grumpy, but with a smile she said. I'm fine, I just feel weird. Should I tell Professor Epstein? I don't think so. It's just a passing flu maybe. I'll be fine, I swear. My sister was smiling even though she looked bad. I would have liked to tell her more, but that was the last time I saw her. How are you feeling today, 000A? Professor Epstein took me to the same white room, but this time the number of people in white coats was less. They all had strange light blue clothes, yellow gloves, and masks. He also gave me a strange name. I said to him, I'm fine. I understood. I just want to say that this time it will hurt a lot. I'll be strong, I'm used to it. I said with a smile. There was something I'd like to know. Professor, do you know where your sister is? I couldn't see his mouth, but from the silhouette he was smiling. Yes. She's resting. Don't worry. I nodded as it was reassuring to know that. Well, let's get started. He said as he approached a table. He picked up something and I was surprised. It was a saw with a wire. But then he put it down somewhere else. I was surprised as he picked up a big red syringe. My heart was pounding with pleasure. As he injected me with the liquid. I thought it was going to be like always, that it was just going to hurt, but nothing else would happen. I was dead wrong. As the syringe emptied, I started to feel a heat inside me that bothered me. It burned so much, I felt like I was going to die. When I was about to open my mouth, they put a muzzle on me. The heat was increasing that I felt like I was going to faint. Professor Epstein came up to me and said, well, it seems to be working. The effect seems to be working. We will proceed with the operation as the virus has taken effect. The people came closer and the professor whispered to me. I am very sorry, but your big sister as well as your other little friends have passed away. The injection you were given was a powerful virus that kills cells and replaces them as new ones. The higher UPS behind the successful for them, but failed for me project on new humans who developed a kind of superhero ability, asked me now to look for a method to extend life. A woman took a small pointed knife and proceeded to make a small cut in my arm. A small yellow hose was attached and began to suck blood. I wasn't lying to you when I told them I was going to turn them into superheroes. But, my research funds are expensive. That's why I need to do this. Ah. I put you 000A because there was already a 00 from A to Z. But they ended in failure. I hope you won't disappoint me. Courage. After saying those words, a man turned on the saw and its blade started to rotate very fast. Then, for the first time in my life I cried myself unconscious. How long has it been? My body has grown. I have breasts and my appearance has changed. I wasn't just saying that because when they came into this room to cut me and take my blood I saw my naked body in a huge mirror. Right now I didn't have one of my eyes or my limbs. Worst of all was what I was hearing. We are creating superheroes. I could hear perfectly well how Epstein was talking to another group of children, no, victims like me. I was a bit glad that my suffering would be over for a while. Was I a bad person because others would suffer like me? Who cares? No one can help me or save me. Why should I feel sorry for those who will go through the same as me, but can't help me at the same time? It's pathetic to want to feel bad for someone I will never meet. That's what I've learned from being locked up here for years. I'm not supposed to feel sorry for anyone. In the same way no one will feel compassion for me. For that reason, I just hope to die soon. Someone is coming. It's rare for this to happen since I don't remember the last time someone came. In fact, I haven't seen Epstein for a long time. A strange guy came in his place, he said. The door opened. And a stretcher came. It was placed next to me. In this darkness, we couldn't see each other's faces because if there was another stretcher here, it was because it was like me. I decided to break the ice as it was boring to talk to myself. Hey, are you conscious? There was a small murmur. He can't seem to talk. But it doesn't matter, I will talk to him because I don't know if he will die or not. I heard that when they were going to bring others like me here, they died during the journey. What is your name? Do you remember? My name is Derivative. Oh, what a nice name. I think. I am, hey? What was my name? I forgot it. I'm 000A as they call me, nice to meet you. What are we doing here? What do you mean, what are we doing here? It's obvious. To die. I don't want to die. Too bad. I've been locked up in here for years, so dying is the best thing to do with your life. No. I don't want to live. Want to live? I told you that. I don't want to die again. Hey. In my previous life I died tragically. And I don't want to die again. Oh, I see. No, wait. What the hell are you talking about? I'm a reincarnate. In my previous life I was a girl from a country called America. My parents work in a hospital. Every day they told me that they liked to save lives because it was the right thing to do. If you can help others, you should do it. It is your moral duty. That's why I went to medical school. To be a doctor so I could save people. But one day, some men came into our house. There was an uproar because some protesters went crazy over a racial event. Apparently it was because the companies that sponsored them were against what they supported. That upset people in some way which ended up in massive fights and fires. In the end, all I remember is that I picked up a knife while one of them was undressing me. Sometime later I woke up in an operating theater. That's very strange. What is this girl talking about? She's a girl is what she seems to be. Those guys, they're not doctors. They're monsters in human form. I can't stand it, living like this, living in this world is a torment. After saying that, I heard a loud sound. I called out to her to find out what she did. Hey, what happened? Derivative. Hey. Hey, answer me. I started to feel something I hadn't felt in a long time. Worry. Everything was dark. But my eyes started to get used to darkness and now I could see in the dark. I was a little shocked by that, but then it was made worse by what I saw. A little girl was just like me. No limbs and on a stretcher. She was a girl possibly the same age as I was when I arrived. I was watching her for a long time. Seeing her made me think something. What if I had been in her situation? If I had said a few words of support to her, would she have chosen to live? Oh. Am I really the resentful one? I chose to become bitter and not try to live. A girl younger than me did not endure this suffering instead of living. She could have lived longer if I had said those words of support to her. What's more? She said she was a reincarnated one. If I remember correctly, my older sister said that there was a story about transmigrators. People who died and their souls were sent to another world. Could it be that my older sister is in such a place? I want to see her. I want to see you, sister. I had no limbs, but a phantom feeling. Something was beginning to rise up